Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. Back at you with a new video. Today is Thursday, August 14th, 2025, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App $ ORIONNWSF or the YouTube Super Chat right here. We got the Seattle Mariners versus the Baltimore Orioles. First pitch is going to be here in roughly 5 minutes. So let's cue up the music, take a look at the thumb, and let's get into the starting lineups. Happy Thursday, everyone. And on the thumb, on the left, center fielder, superstar Julio Rodriguez. And on the right, you know who it is, shortstop Gunnar Henderson. Now let's get into these starting lineups here first for the visiting Seattle Mariners. Leading off for the Mariners in left field, Randy Arozarena. Batting second, playing first base, Josh Naylor. Batting third, playing center field, Julio Rodriguez. Batting cleanup, batting fourth, DHing today for Seattle, Jorge Polanco. Batting fifth, playing third base, Eugenio Suarez. Batting sixth, playing right field, Dominic Canzone. Batting seventh, catching today for Seattle, Mitch Garver. Batting eighth, playing shortstop, J.P. Crawford. And batting ninth, playing second base, Cole Young. And on the mound for the Mariners with a 6-4 record and ERA of 4.36, it is Logan Evans. Now let's get into the starting lineups for the home Baltimore Orioles. Leading off for the Orioles at second base, Jackson Holliday. Batting second, playing third base, Jordan Westberg. Batting third, playing shortstop, Gunnar Henderson. Batting cleanup, batting fourth, DHing today for Baltimore, Ryan Mountcastle. Batting fifth, playing first base, Kobe Mayo. Batting sixth, playing center field, Daniel Johnson. Batting seventh, playing right field, Jeremiah Jackson. Batting eighth, playing left field, Dylan Carlson. And batting ninth, catching today for the Orioles, Alex Jackson. And on the mound with a 9-5 record and ERA of 4.24, it is Tomoyuki Sugano. So obviously they're giving Cal and Adley Rutschman the day off. Lots of humidity the last few days there in Baltimore, and we have a road trip against the Mets. So obviously, we want to have Cal in the lineup every day, but you're going to have to be able to give him a rest, at some point or another. And the same thing goes with Adley Rutschman here. So the main concern is going to be Logan Evans. Now, Logan Evans at home has been fantastic. He's won all of his wins, pretty much at home, but on the road, it's been a different story. So at 7 games at home, he's got an ERA of 3.32, pitched 38 innings, 28 hits, 14 earned runs, 14 runs. He's given up 5 homers, walked 13 batters. So overall at home, he can get the wins there. He's got the 6 wins at home, but all 4 losses and every start that he's pitched out of the 7 total have been losses. ERA has been 6.73 on the road compared to 3.32 at home. And, 50 hits on the road compared to 28 hits at home. 27 earned runs compared to 14 at home. And, when you're looking at those total numbers, 8 homers on the road compared to 5 at home. We got to find a way to be able to get Logan his first win on the road. So with the amount of hits and runs that he typically gives up, we're probably going to have to score 5 to 10, but we might have to score even more than that. It might, be in that 6 to 10 range, and that might be asking a hell of a lot with no Cal in the lineup. But again, we're going to have to find a way. We had an emotional loss yesterday, which was pretty tough. Their first walk-off of the year, and we're not used to seeing, our good bullpen pitchers, have a problem. And lately, again, regardless if it's Brash, Pizzardo, Spire, or Munoz, at times, they have been a little bit shaky. So again, this is going to be, a really, really tough scenario. We still haven't been able to figure out how to win, in a rain delay. We've lost every game this year with a rain delay, whether it be 15 minutes or 5 hours, and we haven't found a way to be able to win on the road with Logan Evans yet, but that doesn't mean that we won't be able to do it today, but it will be challenging. And then we got a road trip with the Mets. So, And the only reason Dylan Moore and Garber were in the lineup, anytime you see those guys in the lineup, that means that we're going against a lefty. And that's the only reason that they're going to do that. Plus, with all the injuries to Luke Raley and a few others, Victor Robles, Ryan Bliss, and the guys that we obviously have sent down to the farm, Dylan Moore shouldn't be on this team. He should be in AAA or released. But, what can we do? The guy has been a liability in the box and in the outfield, and you're not going to see Dylan play that much. It's going to be very sparingly. And obviously after what we saw with an amazing catch early in the game and then fumbling the bag in a routine, catch late, and obviously not really being able to produce in the box, it definitely has hurt us. So we'll see how it goes here starting this morning. All day in the building. What's good? Let's get this dub. First pitch from Sugano to Randy Arozarena. Pitch is high and inside, 1-0 count. One-0 pitch, takes a strike looking high and inside. 1 ball and 1 strike to Randy Arozarena. And Tomoyuki Sugano has been money this year. 9-5 record, ERA of 4.24. We just got to hope that we can get a few runs early, on Tomoyuki. Otherwise, this is going to be a long day. And, Logan is usually giving up about 6 or 7 runs on the road. So, again, if I was a bettor, realistically, it favors the Orioles quite a bit. 1-1 pitch, and Arozarena bunt grounded out. Wow, we're finally bunting, huh? First batter wasn't expecting that. 1 away. But, again, at any given time, we have to find ways to get the job done. Now, if Randy would have bunted towards third, maybe he would have had a better chance to be safe. But I do like seeing the bunt attempt. No lie. I do love bunting, and I love those kind of hidden aspects of the game that are no longer really seen that often. And maybe next time around, we'll be able to be safe at first. First pitch from Sugano to Naylor, filling in for Cal in the 2-hole while he has the day off. First pitch high and away, 1-0 count. 1-0 pitch, fouls it off right down the middle. 1 ball and 1 strike to Josh Naylor. And this has really been our saving grace. We did have an 8-game win streak, but best believe if we didn't have Josh Naylor, there is no way that we would have been able to have a record as good as that. So hopefully Naylor will be able to step up and it fell, as well as a few others, with Cal obviously resting today, and we go on the road right after this and play the Mets. So we have no time off, and that's going to be even more challenging than this Orioles series. It just sucks that we had the rain delay yesterday. I feel that if we didn't, we would have won yesterday. And again, Brash kind of blowing the game at the end definitely didn't hurt, the overall cause, but he definitely, caused some pain there late. And we should have, especially when you're down 3-1 and you have to get 2 runs in the 8th or 2 runs in the 9th, and then you finally tie it up, and then you expect, that you're going to be able to go into extras and find a way to win, and then you blow it with a walk-off. And that was the Orioles' first walk-off of the year, and they're not a very good team this year, so that definitely stung. 2-1 pitch, fouled off, right down the middle. 2 balls and 2 strikes from Sugano to Naylor, and Naylor crushed that one. That one almost was a homer there on that 2-2 pitch. And again, even though the Mariners are my favorite team, this is definitely not going to be easy, and if I were going to bet, Orioles winning the game would more than likely be the smart choice. Could the Mariners win this game? They could, but it definitely is going to be a lot harder than normal. Just like yesterday's game, with the rain delay, we haven't found a way to win, on a rain delay, and history tends to repeat itself in sports pretty often. And obviously records are meant to be broken, but history does tend to repeat itself quite often if you just pay attention. 3-2 pitch, fouled off right down the middle. Count still is full now. 3 balls and 2 strikes from Sugano to Naylor. But we're going to need a couple home runs in this game if we have any chance. A minimum of probably 2, but preferably 3, and that might be asking too much. And we're going to need probably 6 to 10 runs to win the game today. Especially if Logan Evans has been giving up almost 7 runs on the road. Compared to about 3.5. Obviously at home. All his wins are at home, or all his losses are on the road. He hasn't found a way to win on the road yet, but again, if we can give him some run support today, then we'll give him a chance. If we end up scoring 1 to 3 runs, 95% chance the Orioles are going to win. 3-2 pitch, fouled off, low and away. Count now is 3 balls and 2 strikes here on a global broadcast on MLB Network, Mariners and Orioles. Come on, Naylor. Let's go. We got to get someone to get us going early. And again, we're going to need some hits, RBIs, and homers. And there we go. Naylor, go, go, go. And out at second. Brutal. Naylor trying to stretch a single into a double. And obviously, if he was a little bit faster, that would have been a double for sure, but probably should have stayed at first. And the first mistake there of the day. We can count on Naylor getting those hits, but we got to make sure, that we're smart about that. And again, if he was a little bit quicker, he would have been safe, but great throw from right field and ends up being 2 away. First pitch to Julio Rodriguez. Big swing and a miss, high and away, 0-1 count. 0-1 pitch. Big swing and a miss, low and away. This looks like Julio from the beginning of the year. Come on, J-Rod. We're going to need you today. No balls and 2 strikes to Julio Rodriguez. I would say overall with Logan Evans, he's really good at home, but on the road, he's terrible. He hasn't found a way to win a game yet on the road. So 6 wins at home, 4 losses on the road, and his ERA is almost doubled on the road. So, giving up maybe 3.5, at home, and he's given up close to 7 on the road. So we can't afford for him to give up fucking 7 runs today. And if we do, then obviously that means that we would have to score 8, 9, or 10. And I don't know if we're going to be able to do that without Cal today. But they don't have Adley Rutschman in the lineup either, so that helps a little bit. 0-2 pitch and hit by pitch, Julio Rodriguez. I hope he's okay. I ended up watching this fantastic video on MLB.com this morning about how he ended up going back, to his homeland and ended up rebuilding a home that got destroyed in flooding when he was with Vic Blends, and they were, doing kind of some free haircuts and talking with some of the locals, and this elderly grandma came out to see kind of what was going on, and house was destroyed with the flooding, and him and Vic Blends and a few of the other people that he knows that lives there, got a construction team out there and rebuilt her house. And those are the stories that you love to hear, from superstars in the MLB that do have a conscience and, obviously do want, to be able to make a difference, which is awesome. Next up is Jorge Polanco. First pitch to Polo. Takes a strike looking. And Polo grounds out to second, throw to first, and that is out number 3. Unfortunately, we're not able to move Julio over. And again, Naylor stretching a single into a double and getting thrown out. Again, a good sign for Naylor to be able to get a hit early, but we're going to have to play this smart with a little small ball. And again, we had Randy bunt in the first at bat, which was a little shocking. But again, you may have to kind of pull out all the stops since Logan Evans hasn't been able to win on the road yet, which doesn't mean that he will never win on the road. At some point, he's got to break that, Schneid record, but hopefully it ends up being today. 6-4 record, ERA of 4.36. But again, the stats that I was bringing up that I looked up earlier today, he's got an ERA of 6.73 compared to 3.32 at home. 50 hits on the road compared to 28 at home, 14 earned runs at home, 27 on the road. So that's why that ERA is so much higher. 8 homers given up on the road compared to 5 at home. So 3.32 ERA, and he's got all his 6 wins at home. So we know he can win at home if he gets run support or not, but preferably you want run support. But on the road, he hasn't been able to get the run support. And on top of that, almost giving up close to 7 runs a game. That is not going to be ideal, for a team that, obviously had a pretty rough loss last night. But again, hopefully we can find a way to get the job done. And hopefully Logan will give up 3 or less, something similar that he usually does at home. And then if we can score 5, 6, 7 runs or more, maybe we'll have a chance here late. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Help us get to 100 likes and 100 on the dono train. And again, we'll be shooting for 5 to 15 subs. And if we end up clearing that, it'll be somewhere in that 20 to 25 or 30 range. Let's go. First pitch from Logan Evans to Jackson Holiday. Sinker, low and away, 82 miles an hour, 1-0 count. And again, we can't have Logan, walking, plunking, and giving up a lot of homers early on. So, this is definitely going to be just as challenging as winning in a rain delay, which we haven't figured out yet. Those are really the 2 bugaboos of the Mariners, so far. Can't win in a rain delay. Logan Evans can't win on the road. And obviously when those things happen on a consistent basis, it makes you kind of question things a little bit. 2-0 pitch, and Holiday flies out to left, and that is 1 away. Good start there. Next up is third baseman in the 2-hole, Jordan Westburg. And it's a little concerning, the starting pitching has gotten better lately and the bullpen has gotten worse. So again, it's like we never can really hit on all 3 categories at the same time. Starting pitching, bullpen, and hitting. It's usually 1 out of 3 or 2 out of 3, but it feels like it's never 3 out of 3, even though we are a World Series contender and we feel we are, one of the best teams in the American League and in the MLB overall. But those are the things that we need to kind of firm up, especially when we're going to be going against the Astros, the Blue Jays, Yankees, Red Sox, Tigers, or Guardians in the playoffs. 1-0 pitch in play, and Westburg with a nice single to left. Nice job there by Jordan. Setting the tone early like Naylor did as well. Next up is shortstop Gunnar Henderson. Bottom of the first inning, global broadcast on MLB Network. Logan Evans on the mound, Gunnar Henderson in the box. Yeah, if we win today, we get the series. If the O's win this game, they win the series, out of this 3-game set. And again, obviously our win streak ended yesterday based off Brash blowing the game late, as well as Dylan Moore and a few others. And, again, we got a very tough Mets series right after this. So, you got to be able to forget about it and move forward no matter what the outcome is here today. 1-0 pitch, takes a strike looking high and away. 1 ball and 1 strike from Evans to Henderson. And that last pitch should have been called ball, but was called strike. So we'll see how the ump ends up calling this game, if they end up having a expanded strike zone for both teams or if it favors one. We'll see how this kind of plays out. 1-1 pitch, takes a strike swinging right down the middle. 1 ball and 2 strikes with a runner at first and 1 out. Bottom of the first inning, 0-0 here early between the M's and the Orioles. And this is the only game that's on, obviously, this early on MLB Network overall. 1-2 pitch, fouled off low and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes from Evans to Henderson. One-two pitch, low and at the knees. 2 balls and 2 strikes with a runner at first and 1 out. All right, 1 more like to 25. And again, we're trying to hit 100 likes and 100 on the dono train. And a wild pitch, and Westberg to second, safe. And again, you're definitely seeing kind of the struggles. Not everyone is going to have a solid number 5, rotational pitcher. Usually the 5, is a guy that is a AAA guy, or maybe a guy that you got in a trade, or someone that you're kind of experimenting with to see if they can, do it. And obviously with the injury to Bryce Miller, this would normally be Bryce's spot. But again, he's still rehabbing. He's getting close to coming back. So at some point, I would assume Logan Evans will go down to AAA for Bryce Miller, and hopefully we replace Victor Robles for Dylan Moore. And then Luke Raley will be ready pretty soon as well. So they'll have to figure out another player for him to be able to bring down as well. 2-2 pitch. Low and at the knees. Count now is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes with a runner at second and 2 outs. 3-2 pitch, and Henderson grounds out to first, and Westberg to third, safe. 2 away. Next up, DHing in the 4-hole, Ryan Mountcastle. And really the only thing that might be able to give us a chance today, if we can get a couple home runs and if Logan is a little shaky, is the fact that Cal isn't playing with a day off due to rest, and Adley Rutschman is out too. And so, we know both of those guys could single-handedly win the game for their teams. So I guess on that side, at least it's not Adley is playing and Cal isn't. Both starting catchers who are good players are both off today. So maybe that will help a little, but again, we'll have to wait and see. 0-1 pitch, big swing and a miss, high and away. No balls and 2 strikes from Evans to Mountcastle. 0-2 pitch, low and away with the sweeper, 87 miles an hour. 1 ball and 2 strikes with the runner at third and 2 outs. But I will say this, I do feel that Logan Evans is better than Emerson Hancock, who kind of struggled at home and on the road. And this will give him a chance for some experience. And hopefully this will be the first win on the road for the year. And it's not like he's a terrible pitcher and he's 0 for 10, with an ERA of 10. He is 6-4. He does have a better record than some of the other starters on the Mariners. It's just, good at home, terrible on the road. Something's got to give. 1-2 pitch, low and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes from Evans to Mountcastle. But I almost feel just as important as it is for Logan Evans to give up 3 runs or less, we need to score 5 to 10. And if we don't, the chances of winning this game is probably 0. So we're going to have the bats come alive at some point. And down goes Mountcastle, and that is out number 3. Good start. At least, Evans didn't give up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 runs early, which we have seen on the road earlier in the year. So obviously had a guy at third that was stranded, but we'll take that. And hopefully Logan can get the confidence. And also not having Cal behind the plate, another disadvantage. Cal will be able to call a better game than Garber, but hopefully Garber will be able to hang and handle his own. Let's see who's up next here for the Mariners. Next up for the Mariners in the top of the second, third baseman Eugenio Suarez. Good vibes only. Batting second in right field, Dominic Canzone. We could have really used you yesterday over Dylan Moore. And batting third, catching today in the 7-hole, Mitch Garver. And again, I hope at one point or another, that this trend of, okay, if there's a lefty pitcher, we have to have a heavy righty lineup. Why? If you're going to have a shitty player that's a right-handed hitter like Dylan Moore, you actually think that he's going to have a good chance against one of the top 5 pitchers in MLB compared to someone like maybe Dominic Canzone, where he'll have a better chance to get a hit, even if he's going lefty on lefty. Make it make sense. And I feel like every MLB team does it, and again, stats and analytics, obviously they don't lie. And obviously, lefty on righty, righty pitcher for lefties. I get it, but it's, kind of crazy to think that they feel, and this is like everyone in MLB, that it's impossible to be able to get a hit from a left-handed pitcher, if you're a left-handed hitter, or if you're a right-handed pitcher going against a right-handed batter, like you can't get hits that way, which is insane, especially if the hitter is a better hitter than the guy that you're bringing in, like a Dylan Moore. Give me Dominic Canzone all day of the week, regardless if it's a lefty or a righty. And again, if we can somehow buck that trend and just go with the best lineup, not worrying if it's a lefty or a righty on the mound, that could definitely help us as well. Because not only is Dylan Moore a liability in the box, he's a liability in the outfield. He can't even catch fly balls, and that definitely cost us last night. First pitch from Sugano to Gino. Fouls it off low and away for 1 count. Let's go, Gino. Good vibes only, baby. Oh, 1 pitch, and Gino fouls out to the catcher, and that is 1 away. Hopefully we get something out of Gino. We're going to need it today. Next up for the Mariners in right field, Dominic Canzone. First pitch from Sugano to Dominic Canzone, high and away with a curveball, 77 miles an hour, 1-0 count. And Tomoyuki Sugano is 9-5 with a 4.24 ERA. So definitely, possible to be able to get some hits and runs on him. Got a good record. They usually hit pretty well for him when he's on the mound. But, with an ERA of above 4, you would hope that we can get 1 to 3 runs within the first 6 innings to give us a chance. 1-0 pitch, high and away. 2 balls and no strikes from Sugano to Dominic Canzone. Unless he ends up having a meltdown, which could happen with both pitchers, but it's more than likely to happen for Evans than Sugano. But, you never know. Maybe we get meltdowns by both and we can get some runs this game. 2-0 pitch, fouled off, high and away. 2 balls and 1 strike to Dominic Canzone. Yeah, I don't know if he'll be able to get over 4. Logan is not good on the road. I would probably say it'll be, somewhere in that 2 to 4 range. I don't know if he'll be above that, though. Could it be possible he gets more than that? Yeah, but highly unlikely since he hasn't won a game on the road yet. 2-1 pitch, high and away. 3 balls and 1 strike from Sugano to Canzone. 3-1 pitch. Takes a strike looking right down the middle. Count now is full. 3 balls, 2 strikes, nobody on, and 1 out. Top of the 2nd inning. Global broadcast here on MLB Network between the Mariners and the Orioles. Series is tied up 1-1. And we were down 3-1 late, tied it up 3-3 in the 9th. And then obviously thinking that we had a chance to win maybe 4-3 in extras. Brash blew the game late. And again, it's been a concern because we have good guys in the pen, but Gabe Spire and Brash, who are typically 2 out of the top 3 with Eduard Bizzardo, haven't looked good lately, and that's hurt us. 3-2 pitch, fouled off, high and away. Count still is full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. With nobody on and 1 out here in the top of the 2nd inning. Come on, baby. Let's go. Got to find a way to score runs today. It's going to be tough. But when there's a will, there's a way. Three-two pitch. Fouled off right down the middle. Count still is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Dominic Canzone. 3-2 pitch, and Canzone with a walk. There we go. Something positive. We'll take anything that we can get. Guys bunting, even though Randy didn't end up being safe at first. Guys getting hit, like Julio, and then walk like Dominic Canzone. Now we got to be able to bring guys over. Naylor tried to stretch a single into a double. He won't do that again. And hopefully we can maximize every at-bat because we're going to need it if we're going to be able to compete here today. Next up, catching today in the 7-hole, Mitch Garver. And again, to be able to get an unexpected home run, out of someone like Garv, JP, or Cole, might be the difference on us winning or not today. And sometimes it's those least likely guys to come up with a big play. Sometimes those are the guys that can be like the unsung heroes sometimes. First pitch, low and away with a cutter, 1-0 count. 1-0 pitch, takes a strike looking right down the middle. 1 ball and 1 strike from Sugano to Garver. Let him know, my guy. Appreciate you. Go M's. All right, 31, 29 more to get to the halfway point. We got at least 70 or 80 that are in the room. If you haven't hit that like button yet, please do. That'll help get more people that are looking for Mariners or Orioles or an MLB broadcast. And we are one of the only ones that obviously are live right now. So, if you can help us with that, that'll definitely get us possibly more views, more subs, more donos, more shares, and overall new members to the NWSF. 1-1 pitch, big swing and a miss right down the middle. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Mitch Garver. Come on, Garv. And it's kind of crazy to think like how bad Donovan Solano was at the beginning of the year, and then he ended up kind of turning it around. And Dylan Moore was pretty good at the beginning of the year with Polo. 8 homers early when Polo had 9. But gosh, man, Dylan has been so bad lately within the last 2 to 3 months. 1-2 pitch and flied out to left, and that is 2 away. Next up for the Mariners here in the top of the second, shortstop J.P. Crawford. Let's go, J.P. First pitch fouled off, low and away. 0-1 count. Ice water in his veins. Let's go, J.P. We need that swagger. Somebody needs to get that early home run for us to get us on the board. Bring that energy, that aura. Let's go, J.P. Top of the second inning, 0-0 here early. Global broadcast on MLB Network. And the Orioles stole one from us last night. And again, even though you can get on a nice win streak that we had, sometimes, things come up that, you just don't really have an answer for. And I'm hoping at one point before the season is over, we can find a way to win a game in a rain delay, and we can win a game on the road with Logan Evans. But haven't been able to figure out the rain delay situation yet, but we should have won yesterday, but shit happens. 0-2 pitch, high and inside. 1 ball and 2 strikes from Sugano to Crawford. One-two pitch, low and at the knees with the splitter, 88 miles an hour by Tomoyuki Sugano. Now the count is 2 balls and 2 strikes to J.P. Crawford. Come on, J.P. Bring that electricity, baby. We need it. Come on, J.P. We are very good with 2 outs. We're great in the 7th, 8th, and 9th. We just need to be able to try to start a rally. Unless we can get an unexpected J.P. Crawford 2-run blast to get us going. But that would be something that we would need if we were going to have, a chance today to win. Especially with Logan Evans' ERA almost at 7 on the road, and he's got no wins on the road so far in 2025. 2-2 pitch, fouled off, low and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes with a runner at first and 2 outs. 0-0 here early on. You want to make sure you have a good leadoff hitter, and he did that for us for a few years and then got demoted to the 9 hole when Victor Robles came up. And I feel like Victor is a better leadoff hitter, and JP is better, obviously, and lower in the order. It'll help out that bottom half. And down goes JP, and that is out number 3. All right, let's go to the bottom of the second inning. And hopefully Logan can still be in this position where he's not giving up too much. Let's see who's up next for the Orioles. Next up for the O's, first baseman in the 5-hole, Kobe Mayo. Batting second in the 6-hole, center fielder Daniel Johnson. And batting third, right fielder, 7-hole hitter Jeremiah Jackson. Trident's up. Let's go M's. Evans has got 1 K so far, Sugano none. And we'll see how it plays out. 1 hit apiece so far. 1 from Jordan Westberg and 1 from Josh Naylor, and that is it. But again, we'll see what the bullpen situation looks like as the game continues. All right, we're at 39, 11 more likes to get to that halfway point. Now we're at 40, 10 more to get to 50 to that halfway point. Let's go, baby. And we're still looking for our first dono on our dono train. Logan Evans, 6-4 record, ERA of 4.36 overall. And hopefully we can find a way for him to get his first victory. But again, he's going to need help. He's going to have to pitch well, but then the bats are going to have to help. And again, we can't have him pitch shitty and then have nobody go off in the batting order. It's a recipe for disaster. Standing with Ukraine, what's good? Yeah, here in the Pacific Northwest, yeah, it's 10 a.m. 10:36 a.m. So definitely very early. You're in the Midwest. Obviously, it's like 12:30 East Coast, 1:30. And Bryce had a nice night for the Tacoma Rainiers last night. He's getting close, just like Victor Robles, which is exciting. Just ways that we can improve the team. First pitch takes a strike, looking high and away. 0-1 count. Jacob in the building. Standing with Ukraine in the building. What's good? 0-1 pitch, low and away. 1 ball and 1 strike from Evans to Mayo. 1-1 pitch, fouled off right down the middle. 1 ball and 2 strikes from Evans to Mayo. Appreciate that. Haven't seen you in a few days. I hope that you've been doing well. Stacks. Racks with a little cactus jack. Bang, bang. We're at 5:95 to go. Appreciate you getting us started off on a good note. Yeah, yesterday was tough. Dylan Moore is a liability, in the box, but we didn't expect him to be a liability defensively. And he's been dropping a lot of easy balls, and obviously with not a whole lot of reps and his confidence being shaken in the box. The last thing that you need is, for him to be a liability in both the locations. And, wasn't ideal for him to blow the game as well as Brash as well and Spire. But again, it feels like hitting has been pretty good. Starting pitching has gotten better, but the bullpen has gotten worse as of late. And again, we usually only get 1 out of 3 or 2 out of 3. Starting pitching, bullpen, and hitting. You need all 3 or at least 2 out of 3. But again, it's a long season, and again, it's a rain delay. So, again, we haven't figured out a way to win on the rain delay all year, and yesterday was no different. Now we have to be able to do another thing that we haven't been able to do, get a win with Logan Evans on the road. He hasn't been able to do that yet. And 3-2 pitch, and that is a walk. Mayo to first. Yeah, no strikeouts for Zagano early just yet. Next up is Daniel Johnson. Bottom of the second inning with a runner at first. 0-0 Mariners and Orioles. And it's not going to get any easier, moving forward, because we got the Mets on the road, and that's going to be pretty fucking tough. I'm definitely looking forward to the challenge, and I know that, instead of playing down to the competition, we're going to play up. But again, we more than likely are not going to be, seeing Logan Evans pitch on the road, so that'll help. And hopefully we don't have any rain delays, but we'll find out. First pitch to Johnson, and grounds out to a fielder's choice to first. Mayo out at second with the force out, 1 away. Nice. That'll be awesome. And I knew that you guys would eventually get over the hump and get over 500. Obviously with the Royals and the Twins, it's been pretty tough for them as well. But the Guardians finally found a way to get to second place behind the Tigers. And it's nice to see you guys with an above 500 record finally. I know it took a fucking forever, but you finally got there. I've been looking at the standings on the daily, so... Next up is Jeremiah Jackson. First pitch from Evans to Jackson, and he grounds out into the double play, possibly. Throw to first. Got him. There we go. And that's exactly what we need for Logan Evans. We're going to need help defensively. And again, we need him to be, somewhat clean. His ERA is almost 7 on the road. And again, so far, so good with only giving up a hit. Let's go, baby. So Logan Evans, like I mentioned, at home, he's got an ERA of 3.32. On the road here today, he's got an ERA of 6.73, right? He's allowed 50 hits on the road compared to 28 at home. He's given up 14 earned runs at home compared to 27 on the road. So there's a reason why that he hasn't been able to find a way to win, on the road yet. He's given up 8 homers on the road to 5 at home. And again, definitely gets a little bit more run support at home compared to on the road as well. So it's kind of a collection of things, but after losing with another rain delay, we have to find a way to try to win this. Even if it ends up being ugly, I don't care if it ends up being 1-0 or 2-1, if it ends up being lower scoring, as long as we find a way to get the dub. But I'm hoping that we can get some meltdowns, maybe by the O's pitchers at some point where we can get to at least 5 or more. But that is yet to remain to see if that will happen here this afternoon. Next up in the 9-hole, second baseman Cole Young. It's a Cole world, baby. Batting second, left fielder Randy Arozarena, who actually dropped a bunt down in the first at-bat, which was a little shocking, but he did it towards first, not third. And we'll see if he plays small ball at any of the rest of his at-bats. And batting third, our savior as of late, first baseman Josh Naylor, who ended up getting a deep single into right field, but he's tried to stretch a single into a double, and obviously being a little bit of a bigger boy, ended up getting thrown out. And maybe if he would have ended up staying at first after Julio got plunked, maybe we would have been able to bring somebody home. But again, I imagine Naylor won't do that again, and he's been amazing, stealing bags, playing great defense at first and hitting the ball well. And hopefully he'll be able to be that key, since Cal and Adley Rutschman are both off today. First pitch from Sugano to Cole Young. Takes a strike looking right down the middle, 0-1 count. Oh, 1 pitch. Pitch is high and inside with a 4-seam fastball. 1 ball and 1 strike to Cole Young. One pitch, low and at the knees. 2 balls and 1 strike to Sugano to Young. Mets record has gone down slightly, but they still have an above 500 record, but on the road, it's going to be tough. But still doable, based on how the Mariners have been playing lately. I mean, as long as we don't have a fucking rain delay over there. 2-1 pitch, fouled off right down the middle. 2 balls and 2 strikes from Sugano to Cole Young. Gained a sub. 2-2 pitch in play, and Young lines out to first, 1 away. $51 subs now to 21,500. Next up is Randy Arozarena. All right, Randy, we got to find a way. Someone's got to be a hero. We're going to need at least a couple home runs. When we don't hit a home run, we typically don't win, and hopefully we can find a way to do something positive. First pitch, and Randy Arozarena flies out to right. 2 away. Come on, Randy, be more patient in the box. We can't afford for, individuals to be out on a first or second pitch, pop up or ground out. Work the count. Come on. Help fucking Logan Evans out. This is not going to be easy for him. We want to make sure we're maximizing every at-bat. Top of the third with 2 outs. We're knotted up at 0. Next up, first baseman Josh Naylor, who's been absolutely fantastic for us. And if we had a choice between Naylor or Gino on signing long-term, it's 100% Josh Naylor. Like, Gino brings the vibes, and we know he's got a lot of home runs, but he's been on a little bit of a slump with us. But I do believe he will get hot late in September and October. Could be the difference between us winning and losing, in certain matchups late in the year. And hopefully we can get both of those guys on at the same time. Top of the third inning, 0-0 Mariners and Orioles. First pitch fouled off by Josh Naylor, low and away, 0-1 count. 0-1 pitch, low and away with a splitter, 1 ball and 1 strike from Sugano to Naylor. 1-1 pitch, high and inside, 2 balls and 1 strike from Sugano to Naylor. And obviously Evans, has a better record than some of the other starters on the Mariners at the moment, based on some injuries that we've had to some of our guys, Logan Gilbert, George Kirby, and Bryce Miller. But again, you want guys that can win at home and on the road. And, that's one thing with Logan he hasn't been able to do. And down goes Naylor, and that is out number 3. Let's go to the bottom of the 3rd inning and see who's up next for the Orioles. But again, Logan, you got to think he's a rookie, just like Ben Williamson and Cole Young. It's not like you're going to expect a rookie to come in and, be lights out and a Cy Young candidate. There's going to be growing pains and there's going to be ups and downs. And, he's played very, very well at home, and he's played very poorly on the road. It's just one of those things we have not been able to figure out, just like we haven't been able to figure out how to win on a fucking rain delay. It's like we're 0 for 5, 0 for 6, 0 for 7. I'll have to look up the exact number, but I think it's like, at least 5 games on the road that we've lost with a rain delay, whether it's 15 minutes or 5 hours, it doesn't matter. It just fucks up the whole routine of the Mariner players, and they haven't been able to figure that out. And, it's not like those teams are going to get a roof anytime soon. Go to the bottom of the 3rd. We're knotted up at 0. Next up for the Orioles in the 8-hole, left fielder Dylan Carlson. Batting second in the 9-hole, catching today for Adley Rutschman, Alex Jackson. And then back at the top of the order, second baseman 0 for 1, Jackson Holiday. Trident's up, let's go M's. But we're in a little bit of a better position with Logan on the road so far because we're not down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 runs already. And there's been quite a few starts for Logan Evans where he's given up, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 runs within the first couple innings. So at least on that side, we're at 0. So we're still in it. Obviously nobody's really been able to capitalize yet, and we'll see how the bullpen ends up pitching. And obviously our strong bullpen pitchers have been struggling, and it's cost us a few games lately. We need Brash to be great. We need Bizzardo to be great. We need Spire to be great. We need Andres Munoz to be great. We can't afford for those guys to fuck up. We already have plenty of guys that fuck up on the regular, like Carlos Vargas and others. So when you start getting your best players in the pen to start playing bad, or the other team starts taking advantage, it definitely hurts. And we got Luis Castillo versus Sean Manaea tomorrow. That should be a good one. First pitch to Carlson, takes a strike looking, high and away, 0-1 count. But so far, Logan has done pretty well, but again, we're not done with his outing just yet. 0-1 pitch, takes a strike looking, low and in the zone. No balls and 2 strikes from Evans to Carlson. And Phillies are in first place in the NL East. Mets are 5 games back, so... We're American League. Us and the Astros, right? And then you end up having, the Tigers and the Guardians, where you're at, right? And then you got the Blue Jays, Red Sox, and Yankees. 0-2 pitch, low and at the knees. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Dylan Carlson. 1-2 pitch, fouled off high and inside. 1 ball and 2 strikes with nobody on and no outs. Bottom of the 3rd inning. It's a pitcher's duel. And again, Logan is, usually not very good on the road. ERA close to 7 runs per game. And he's never won a game on the road in his young career here. So this could be a first if we can find a way to get some run support. 1-2 pitch, low and at the knees. 2 balls and 2 strikes from Evans to Carlson. Yeah, we would play each other at some point if you guys get in. 2-2 pitch, high and away. Count now is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Dylan Carlson. 3-2 pitch, and that is outside, and that is a walk. Carlson to first with the walk. Next up, catching for Adley Rutschman today, Alex Jackson. Come on, Logan. We need a punch out and a double play, or a double play and a punch out. Let's go. First pitch, from Evans to Jackson, takes a strike looking, high and away, 0-1 count. And I think what makes it really hurt the most with the whole rain delay situation, and we almost found a way to win our very first time in that situation, is obviously late, with Brash, with someone that you normally can count on. And when you get down 3-1 in the 8th or the 9th, the chances of coming back are pretty fucking slim. And we found a way to do that. So that was really made it heartbreaking. And Jackson grounds out into the double play, flip to second, throw to first, got him. There we go. And again, sometimes you got to talk shit into existence, with the double play and the strikeout, or the strikeout and the double play. And then we got it. Nice job. And that definitely helps out Logan Evans. Great defense by the Mariners. And JP Crawford starting that off to Cole Young to Josh Naylor. Fucking beautiful. First pitch from Evans to Holiday. Pitches low and at the knees. 1-0 count. Good to see the defense step up. 1-0 pitch. Takes a strike swinging right down the middle. 1 ball and 1 strike to Jackson Holiday. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. You haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Help us get to 100 likes and 100 on the Dono train. Gained 2 more subs, 3 so far today. 49 to go to get to 21,500. 1-1 pitch. Takes a strike looking right down the middle. 1 ball and 2 strikes from Evans to Holiday. And again, so far, so good for Logan Evans. But again, we still got a few more innings to go. Evans on the mound. Jackson Holiday in the box. 1-2 pitch. Low and at the knees. No. High and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Jackson Holiday. 2-2 pitch. And popped up to third. Gino is there, and that is out number 3. There we go. And again, the bats haven't really been able to come alive, but at least the defense is helping out Logan Evans. And so far, so good. I like what I'm seeing. Keep it up, Logan. It's nice that we're not down already 3, 4, 5 runs, and that's typically the case when Logan is pitching on the road. All right, let's see if we can get some action here with the bats going, which is not going to be easy. Tomoyuki Sagano, 9-5 record with a 4.24 ERA. Hopefully we can get at least a run on him before he exits. Next up, center fielder Julio Rodriguez. First at bat, he got plunked, and hopefully that doesn't happen again. Batting second, 0 for 1, DHing in the 4-hole, Jorge Polanco. And batting third, this would be a great time for you to hit a home run, my guy. 0 for 1, third baseman Eugenio Suarez. Good vibes only. I mean, we don't have Cal playing today. They don't have Adley Rutschman. Obviously, we need to give those guys rest at some point or another, even though as fans, we want Cal to play every day, but that's just not realistic. And this was a game that they already circled on the calendar with the hot, humid weather, a few weeks back, that this could be potentially a day that they could give them a day off. And we're going to need Cal for every game against the Mets. So try dance up. Let's go M's. All right, looks like we're at 53, 47 more likes to be able to hit the goal. We have at least 60 people in the building that haven't hit the like button yet. Please do your boy a solid and help us be able to get to that 100 like number and on 100 on the Dono train. And usually we're at that 5 to 15 sub count number, but lately it's been 20 to 50, which is nice per stream. And we're definitely going in the right direction. End of the third inning, we're knotted up here at 0. Great story for Julio Rodriguez on MLB Network, and highly recommend that you get a chance to be able to watch it. But he went to the Dominican Republic, met a woman whose home had been devastated by floods, and after he was there with Vic Blends, who cuts hair for people for free, and ended up changing a few lives when he was down there. And those are the type of stories that you love to be able to see. And again, I've been seeing quite a few kind of good, feel-good stories in the MLB, which is good be able to see here and there. First pitch to Julio Rodriguez, and flies out to right with the sweeper, and that is 1 away. We need our guys to be patient in the box. You're going against a good pitcher, just like we went against Rogers yesterday. Let's work the count a little bit instead of just swinging at the first pitch, thinking you're going to get a home run. That is not going to work here today. 1 away. Next up is Jorge Polanco. First at bat, 0 for 1. First pitch, high and away with a curveball, 1-0 count. 1-0 pitch, high and away. 2 balls and no strikes from Sugano to Polo. Top of the 4th inning, global broadcast on MLB Network. Mariners and Orioles knotted up here at 0 early. And hopefully we can find a way to get Logan Evans with his first win on the road here in 2025. One-0 pitch, high and away. 2 balls and no strikes from Sugano to Polo. Two-0 pitch, hit deep, and flies out to center, and that is 2 away. All the way back to the warning track as well. Good sign for Polo, and hopefully next time around that'll go yard. Next up is Eugenio Suarez. First pitch to Gino. Takes a strike looking right down the middle. 0-1 count. Sugano on the mound. Eugenio Suarez in the box. Oh, 1 pitch, fouled off, high and inside. No balls and 2 strikes to Eugenio Suarez. Oh-2 pitch, sweeper, low and away by Sugano, 84 miles an hour. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Eugenio Suarez. One-two pitch, low and away with that sweeper again, almost in the same location. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Eugenio Suarez. Good vibes only. Come on, Gino. Somebody's got to step up. We need a few home runs today if we're going to have a chance. Come on, Gino. Two-two pitch, and big swing and a miss. Down goes Gino for out number 3. Let's go to the bottom of the 4th inning. We're still knotted up at 0 here early. Only 1 hit apiece on Sugano and Logan Evans, which is a little shocking. Since he's given up about 7 runs per game and 1 billion hits. So try to answer up. Let's go M's. Next up for the Orioles here in the bottom of the 4th inning, 2-hole hitter, 1 for 1, third baseman Jordan Westburg. Batting second, 0 for 1, shortstop in the 3-hole, Gunnar Henderson. And batting third, 0 for 1 with a K, DHing Ryan Mountcastle. Try to answer up. Let's go M's. All right, good job so far for Logan Evans and Sugano. So right now, Sugano 4 innings pitched, 1 hit, no earned runs, 1 walk, 1 K, 57 pitches, 37 strikes. Logan Evans 3 innings pitched, 1 hit, no earned runs, 2 walks, and 1 K, 40 pitches, 22 strikes, with an ERA of 4.19. So again, it's been pretty clean so far up to this point, which is a little shocking. But again, it is a morning game, and this is the earliest game of the slate here today. So sometimes guys are not awake yet, when you're playing a game at 10 a.m. So at least Pacific time wise. First pitch, high and inside, 1-0 count. 1-0 pitch, high and away, 2 balls and no strikes from Logan Evans. 2-0 pitch. Low and at the knees. Count now is 3 balls and no strikes from Logan Evans to Jordan Westberg. Bottom of the fourth, we're knotted up at 0, and this has been one of the better outings for Logan Evans at this point. He's still got a few innings to go before they end up replacing him with someone in the pen, but it'd be kind of heartbreaking for him to give up no runs and then we end up losing, if we can't get any fucking hits. But 3-1 pitch, and Westberg with the walk. Next up is shortstop in the 3-hole, Gunnar Henderson. We're at 62, 38 more, now 63, 37 more likes to hit the goal. Let's get it, baby. And we're at 5 on the dono train, 95 to go. First pitch from Evans to Henderson, takes a strike looking high and away, 0-1 count. Oh, 1 pitch, fouled off right down the middle. No balls and 2 strikes to Gunnar Henderson. Bottom of the fourth inning with a runner at first and no outs. We need a double play and a strikeout, or a strikeout and a double play, just like in the previous inning. Got to find a way to help Logan win. Global broadcast here on MLB Network. We're knotted up at 0 here in the bottom of the fourth. The only early game on the slate so far. 0-2 pitch, fouled off low and at the knees. No balls and 2 strikes from Evans to Henderson. But I've been impressed. Defense has been good. And, he's walked a few guys, but he hasn't given up the big RBI or the big homer yet. Not saying that he won't, but, for a guy that normally gives up like 7 runs a game on the road, doesn't look like it today. But again, we obviously need the bats to help him out. So that way that this isn't for nothing. 0-2 pitch in play and fouled out to Garver. And that is 1 away. There we go. And hopefully we get a double play on this next batter here. Down goes Gunnar. 1 away. Next up in the 4-hole, DHing Ryan Mountcastle. Let's go, Logan. Keep wheeling and dealing, baby. First pitch to Mountcastle. Low and away with a cutter. 1-0 count. Evans on the mound. Ryan Mountcastle in the box. But I'm impressed so far up to this point. So far, so good. 1-0 pitch in play. And Mountcastle singles to left and Westberg hustling to third. Now you got runners at first and third with 1 out. We definitely need the double play now. We don't want them to score. And even though the hamstring that has bothered Mountcastle is finding a way to get some rhythm here lately. Next up is first baseman Kobe Mayo. And we need a slow dribbler right up the middle to JP, to Cole Young, to Josh Naylor to get out of this inning. Hopefully we'll still be at 0-0 here in the bottom of the fourth. First pitch from Evans to Mayo. Takes a strike looking high and inside, 0-1 count. Bottom of the fourth inning, 0-0 Mariners and Orioles with runners at first and third. On the corners with 1 out. This is the first time the Orioles have been threatening to score, and hopefully Evans can shut it down with the defense behind him. 0-1 pitch, low and at the knees, which could have been called strike, but called ball. 1 ball and 1 strike from Evans to Mayo. One pitch, fouled off right down the middle. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Kobe Mayo. Let's go, Logan. Evans on the mound. Kobe Mayo in the box. Come on, Seattle. Heartbreaking loss yesterday with the rain delay, especially when you end up being down 3-1 and you tie it up 3-3 in the 8th or the 9th. You know, you have a lot of joy when that happens because it doesn't happen often. And then when your bullpen blows it with a good player, you know, it's almost unthinkable. But, you know, it hasn't been our day, obviously, with rain delays, but hopefully in the future it will be. 1-2 pitch in play and popped out to second. Good defense there, and that is 2 away. Not deep enough for anyone to tag up from third. There we go. 1 out away from getting out of this jam. Next up is center fielder Daniel Johnson. Bottom of the 4th, runners on the corners at first and third with 2 outs. Logan Evans on the mound. Daniel Johnson, center fielder in the 6 hole in the box. First pitch, low and at the knees with the sweeper, 1-0 count. Let's go, Logan. Bring that electricity, baby. So far, so good. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Help us get to 100 likes, 100 on the donos, and 20 subs on the stream. 1-0 pitch, fouled off, low and at the knees. 1 ball and 1 strike with runners on the corners at first and third and 2 outs. First time that the Orioles have been threatening, and hopefully we can shut that down. One pitch, big swing and a miss, low and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes with runners at first and third and 2 outs. We're 1 strike away from getting out of this inning. And again, Logan has been doing much better on this particular start than all of his really other starts that have been on the road where he's honestly been terrible. 1-2 pitch, low and at the knees. 2 balls and 2 strikes with runners at first and third and 2 outs. Come on, Logan. Finish strong. No RBIs, no big home runs. Wild pitch going home, and he is safe at home. Unbelievable. And again, that's what happens when you have Mitch Garver behind the plate instead of Cal Raleigh. And if you end up having a wild pitch and you're not aware or fast enough, then you end up getting that runner to come home from that wild pitch. Brutal. 1-0 Orioles. And a good awareness by Westberg at third there. And come on, Garver. Fucking A, dude. And they tried to flip it back to Evans at home, and that was going to be a disaster waiting to happen. And obviously, Evans being able to try to catch that ball and tag the runner at home, that wasn't going to happen. And now Evans is slightly, I don't think he's injured, but they're looking at him. Oh, man, brutal. And Mountcastle safe at third with a throwing error by Garv. And now they're working on him right now. And now they're putting some super glue on the finger there. Or some type of ointment to help out. Might have gotten cut open when he was trying to make the play at home there. 1-0 Oriole lead. And at first, I mean, it wasn't a good pitch by Logan Evans, you know, and then obviously Garver not being able to get a handle on it and then trying to flip it, you know, to Evans is almost a disaster because if you have any kind of collision with your pitcher and anybody coming from third, you know, it could have been much worse. You know, he could have really injured himself. So looks like he just got cut open by sliding at home, trying to make the tag. But you know, again, you got to think, you know, Evans has given up roughly 7 runs per start on the road. He just gave up his first. You know, we're in the 4th, and hopefully that will be the only run. We still need the Mariner batters to help him out. Defense has been pretty good so far today, but definitely a sloppy play there by Evans and Garver. Yeah, humidity has been very, very tough, you know, there in Baltimore. And again, when we saw Andres Munoz have to call time in game number 1 late, you know, he said in the interview after the game was over, he's only felt like that one other time. And that was also in Baltimore around this time with the humidity where you feel like you're going to pass out. So, you know, and you don't want to have anything like that happen, which could lead to a serious injury. 2-2 pitch, Pitch is low and at the knees. Count now is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes from Evans to Johnson. And now we just have to try to come out of this somewhat unscathed. I mean, we only gave up a run, and hopefully it'll stay just 1. 3-2 pitch, and high and away, and that is a walk. And that's the thing, when you don't have Cal behind the plate, certain routine plays that Cal can make because he's so good with his awareness, Garver isn't going to be able to, save every wild pitch that we have from our starters or from our pen. So now we got runners aboard, and hopefully we can get our last out here in the bottom of the 4th. Next up, right fielder, 0 for 1 in the 7-hole, Jeremiah Jackson. They got Legomino warming up. First pitch from Evans to Jackson, fouls it off, low and at the knees, 0-1 count. Bottom of the 4th inning, runners on the corners at first and third with 2 outs. Orioles with a 1-0 lead off a wild pitch, and hopefully we can stop the bleeding. We have to make sure we keep it, pretty close. Don't really know what we're going to get from our bullpen, and we have to hope that they have a meltdown with theirs. Yeah, I really think the reason that we haven't brought in Ford yet is that they feel, somewhat comfortable with him catching behind the plate with the experience with the pitchers, after Cal. But, I would think that Harry could do better than Garver, behind the plate catching and hitting, so like, what are we waiting on, But again, Dylan Moore, obviously still on the roster, still kind of crazy. And now we're trying to run down and then going home. And safe at home. Unbelievable. What the fuck, man? Now it's 2-0 Orioles when you had a runner that got caught in between the base paths, and then obviously the runner from third trying to go home, and then the throw was slightly late. Mountcastle comes in safe, and now 2-0 Orioles. Unbelievable, man. It shows you like how important you need to be defensively, base awareness. You need to be able to not have these wild pitches, and obviously you have to make sure you're keeping an eye on that runner at third when you're trying to chase down a guy from first to second, with 2 outs. And another blunder there for the Mariners, now down 2-0. 2-1 pitch, fouled off right down the middle. 2 balls and 2 strikes from Evans to Jackson. Yeah, but it'll be nice when we can kind of eliminate some of the weaker players and we can get some of the better players. Like obviously, we're going to get Victor Robles and Bryce Miller back on the roster. Luke Raley is getting pretty close as well, and we just need to start eliminating the bad players and getting some better people on the roster. So yeah, no kidding, man. I mean, it's been so hot lately. And Jackson singles to center, and now it's 3-0. Brutal. And it shows you how quickly things can turn, from 0-0, Evans looking good. And again, he's got an ERA of almost 7. And just like that, when we were at 0-0, in a blink of an eye, if you would have went to go get a snack or go to the bathroom, now we're fucking down 3-0. So next up is Dylan Carlson. We need the bats to come alive, but we already, I already knew this was going to be tough today. No Cal, Logan Evans with an ERA of almost 7 on the road, hasn't won a game on the road, hasn't gotten a lot of run support on the road when he ends up starting. And then we just lost with a rain delay game yesterday, which we're like 0 for 5 or 0 for 6 this year. Not ideal. We are a better team than the Orioles, but again, when you play on the road, sometimes the circumstances are out of your control. And to be down 3-1 last night and tied up 3-3, and to have Dylan Moore and Matt Brash fuck up late, and what can you do? And obviously the hangover effect is real. 0-1 pitch, Big swing and a miss, high and away. No balls and 2 strikes to Dylan Carlson. But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to a little bit of rain and some cooler temperatures, obviously, here in the Pacific Northwest, where we had about 4 or 5 days of 100 here. And then yesterday was in the mid-80s. 0-2 pitch, low and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes from Evans to Carlson. But I could name off about half of the lineup in the AAA Tacoma Rainiers that I would want over Dylan Moore and a few others. You know, the roster is maybe the best as it's been. So. And Carlson pops out to second on the 1-2 pitch, and we finally get out of the inning, but not after they gave up 3. But the starting lineup, for the Tacoma Rainiers, right? So you had Bryce Miller pitch yesterday. You got Samad Taylor, Rylan Thomas, Victor Robles, Luke Raley, Harry Ford, Leody Taveras. Like, why don't we have Leody Taveras play over Dylan Moore, right? Ben Williamson, Leo Rivas, Cade Marlowe, and obviously Bryce Miller. So if you look at that lineup, that's obviously some of those players are normally on our team, right? Bryce Miller, we've seen Ben and Leo get some time, as well as Leody. Luke Raley normally on the team, Robles normally on the team. Harry Ford needs to be called up. So, I mean, you got half of the lineup that's on AAA right now that, you would normally have on the roster, or guys that you should consider, for guys like Samad Taylor, Rylan Thomas, Cade Marlowe, they're not ready. But Victor Robles, Luke Raley, normally guys on the team. Leody was on the team earlier. Williamson was on the team earlier. Leo Rivas as well. It's like we have 5 guys that you could potentially bring in that would be better than Dylan Moore. So I'm not really sure why we're sticking with a guy that can't hit and can't defend. And obviously some of it has to do with position. Do we actually have a guy that can play, this particular position? But, Dylan has been able to play, a little bit of everything, outfield and infield, but not really great, as of late, within the last few months. He definitely has been the worst player on the team, even worse than Carlos Vargas, who actually has looked pretty good in his last couple outings where he's been able to retire the side in his last couple. So let's go to the top of the 5th inning, and hopefully we can start getting on the board. But again, some of these guys can't play, right field. Some of these guys are just infield players, so. And also we need to get over the fact of whole lefty pitchers. We have to have a righty lineup. If there's a lefty pitcher, just go strong lefty. Just do like your normal best lineup. You're going to get better results than by bringing in guys like, Garver or Moore, thinking that they're going to be able to get a hit off one of the top 5 pitchers in the game in Rogers this year. So, you have a better chance with a lefty on lefty that's good rather than a lefty pitcher and a shitty righty, in the box like Dylan Moore. Make it make sense. First pitch, low and at the knees to Dominic Canzone with the splitter, 1-0 count. And Tomoyuki Sagano has been good for the O's, 9-5 record with a 4.24 ERA. 1-0 pitch, takes a strike looking, low and at the knees. 1 ball and 1 strike to Dominic Canzone. 1-1 pitch, and a nice ground rule double that goes up into the stands in about the 6th row. Nice job by Dom. There we go. Way to bring that electricity. I mean, a home run would have been great, but at least a ground rule double for Dom. We haven't had too many of those in 2025. Nice job. Could have used that bat yesterday over fucking Dylan Moore. Like, how many times does Dylan Moore have to fuck up, in the box, going for 3 pitches and 3 strikes and he's striking out and not being able to catch routine, foul balls and regular outs in the right field before we make the switch? Just crazy. Especially when we're a World Series contender. Like, what are we doing? 1-0 pitch, low and away. 2 balls and no strikes from Sagano to Garver. And eventually we'll get rid of all the shitty players and we'll have good players, and, we'll have to go through the motions there. But we're definitely as deep as we've ever been. Just need to be able to get some of the main guys that we rely on to get back in the lineup, like Miller and Robles. And once we get those 2 guys, the team's going to look a little different. 2-0 pitch, low and away, sweeper, 3 balls and no strikes to Mitch Garver. Top of the fifth inning. 3-0 Oriole lead. 3-0 pitch. Takes a strike looking high and inside. 3 balls and 1 strike from Sagano to Garver. And I think that, if you end up having a lefty stud, like Rogers yesterday, and we have a strong lefty lineup, which is unconventional, and then if, Dom doesn't do anything, at least you feel good that you got the defense out there in right field, and, you still feel confident that Dom will be able to get something, even if it's a lefty on lefty situation, instead of just bringing in a player that sucks, on the right side just because he's right-handed. It doesn't make any sense. Like, what did they think? That Dylan Moore was going to go off and go for, 3 for 4 and have a home run and a double? It's just not going to happen. 3-1 pitch. Big swing and a miss. Count now is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes from Sagano to Garver. 3-2 pitch. And big swing and a miss. Down goes Garver. And that is 1 away. But I can't wait until the day where, we don't have to really see Garver or Dylan Moore ever again. Get Harry Ford up there, and obviously once Victor Robles is good to go, we can always use Dominic Canzone as a DH, either him or Polo, or being like a backup player. Next up is JP Crawford, and we definitely need something positive here. We need an RBI or a big home run to kind of get us back in the matchup here. We're down 3-0. Next up is JP Crawford. Ice water in his veins. Come on, JP. We need that energy. We need that vibe. Get on base or get a home run. First pitch from Sagano to Crawford. Fouls it off. Low and at the knees. 0-1 count. Yeah, too bad Leo Rivas can't play right field, or some of these other guys that we have. It just makes more sense on the players that we have in AAA. There's, so many better players than, Garver and Demo. But again, a lot of it has to do with what position that these guys can play. Some guys can play, multiple, and others can only play one spot. So that ends up putting a little bit of a stranglehold when you got a good player in AAA, but you can't use them because the piece that we need, they can't play that position. 0-1 pitch. High and inside. 1 ball and 1 strike to JP Crawford. One pitch. Low and at the knees. 2 balls and 1 strike from Sagano to Crawford. 2-1 pitch. In play and grounds out to first. Canzone, though, safe at third. 2 away. Next up is Cole Young, who's 0 for 1. Let's go, Cole. It'd be awesome if we can get an RBI single here or an unexpected home run so we can get on the board here. Let's go. Yeah, I ended up watching a little bit of that matchup. Robles ended up getting like a double and getting plunked a few times. We don't want him to get hurt even more after he's there in AAA. The whole point is getting him ready, and we don't want him to have another injury. But I can't wait for Victor Robles to be in right field. But I still want Dom to be able to have a chance to help the team win. Even if that ends up being a DH between him and Polo. But and then you also got Luke Raley. Out of those guys, that you could end up doing that. 1-0 pitch, low and away. 2 balls and no strikes from Sagano to Young. We need an RBI single here from Cole Young. Come on, Cole. 2-0 pitch and hit deep, but flies out to right. And that is out number 3. We leave another one stranded. 3-0 Orioles. And again, this formula of Logan Evans giving up 7 runs on the road and not getting run support is happening over and over and over again. I'm just hoping that we can find a way after Sagano exits that we can catch up, but this is going to be hard. Next up, in the 9-hole 0 for 1, catcher filling in for Adley Rutschman today, Alex Jackson. Batting second, 0 for 2 in the second base role, leading off Jackson Holiday. And batting third, 1-for-1 with a run and a base on ball, third baseman Jordan Westberg. Trident's up. Let's go, Ems. Let's get to 100. Let's go. 24 more likes to hit the number. We got half of the people in the room that have hit that like button yet. Let's get the other half. And we gained 4 more subs. Seven subs so far on the stream. 45 to go to get 21,500. Sagano, 5 innings pitched, 2 hits, no earned runs, 1 walk, 2 Ks, 73 pitches, 45 strikes, 4.07 ERA. And then for Logan Evans, obviously was good until that last inning. 4 innings pitched, 3 hits, 2 earned runs, 4 walks, only 1 K, 70 pitches, 39 strikes, 4.37 ERA. And again, the struggles on the road continue for Logan Evans, just like when we have a rain delay. We just haven't figured it out. And Evans is out and Vargas is in. Don't know if this is going to be any better with Vargas coming in, but we will find out here shortly. It could definitely end up turning into a 5-0 or 6-0 game, or, you know, maybe we get the good Vargas that we've seen in the last 2 starts when he's come in from the pen where he's retired the side. Hopefully we get that Carlos Vargas, because, again, we can't even be down by this much and think that we're going to be able to come back. And obviously Adley Rutschman and Cal both have the day off, but we need someone to get us going. First pitch from Vargas to Jackson, in play, grounds out to the shortstop, JP, throw to first, 1 away. Next up for the O's, 0 for 2, leadoff hitter, Jackson Holiday. Bottom of the 5th, 3-0 Oriole lead. First pitch, high and away from Vargas to Holiday with the cutter, 1-0 count. 1-0 pitch, high and away. Sinker missing this time around. 2 balls and no strikes from Vargas to Holiday. Bottom of the 5th inning, 3-0 Seattle lead. 2-0 pitch, high and away. 3 balls and no strikes from Vargas to Holiday. Come on, Vargas. And definitely has a tendency of, pitching wild and high and away, for whatever reason. Most of his, maybe he needs to be able to move his stance, over to the left a little bit more, because everything ends up being usually, high and inside, where he ends up hitting a batter, if they're right-handed, and if he's a lefty, then, you're going to end up walking that guy. 3-0 pitch, takes a strike looking. 3 balls and 1 strike from Vargas to Holiday. 3-1 pitch, and another walk. Next up is third baseman Jordan Westberg. We're going to need a double play, slow dribbler right up the middle to JP, to Cole Young, to Josh Naylor to get out of this inning. And hopefully we get it. 1 for 1 with a run and a base on ball so far for Westberg. Yeah, wrong Holiday. This one got called up quite a ways back. Yeah, they're not going to bring a player like that up this soon. First pitch, high and inside with the cutter, 1-0 count. Yeah, Jackson Holiday probably looks like the youngest player in MLB. I mean, he looks like he's 15. So, bottom of the 5th inning. 3-0 Baltimore lead with a runner at first and 1 out. MLB Network Global Broadcast. And again, up to that point, again, at least Evans didn't give up 7 runs. And again, his ERA is almost 7 on the road. But still, giving up 3 is not ideal. But at this point, we should have at least a run at this point. But again, I feel like the hangover effect of blowing the game yesterday with Moore and Brash, we haven't recovered from that. 1-0 pitch, fouled off, high and inside. 1 ball and 1 strike from Vargas to Westberg. can't wait for Bryce Miller to come back. Hopefully Bryce will, take that spot for Evans. He can go down to AAA and keep working on his game. And hopefully we get the good Bryce, not the bad Bryce that we had at the beginning of the year. 1-1 pitch, and Westberg got hit by the pitch. God damn it, Carlos. You stink. And that's what happens when you end up bringing in a player, when you're already down. You don't want to use Brash or Bizzardo or Spire, but even when we're ahead, those guys haven't been good lately. Probably should have brought in Legomina over fucking Vargas. And even Legomina is shaky at times. Bottom of the fifth, runners at first and second with one out, 3-0 O's. And we need to be able to keep it close if we have any chance. Good attempt there by Naylor to try to get that foul ball, but wasn't able to. First pitch from Vargas to Henderson, takes a strike looking right down the middle, 0-1 count. Oh, 1 pitch, and there's another RBI. Henderson doubles the left. Holiday scores. Westberg to third. 4-0 Baltimore. Brutal. But again, that's what happens when you are down and you don't want to use one of your good guys in the pen. Then, sometimes you're going to get the good Vargas that will retire the side, and other times he's going to give up huge RBIs and big home runs. And it doesn't help that the Mariners haven't got anything on the board either. If we were sitting at 2 or 3 right now, it wouldn't be as bad, but sitting at a fucking 0 is brutal. Next up is Ryan Mountcastle. First pitch high and inside, 1-0 count. And again, he can't pitch, outside. It's, to right-handed batters. It's like he's almost hitting every right-handed batter because he pitches inside. And then when he goes against lefties, it's just going to be high and away for a walk. No control for Vargas, man. Terrible. Get rid of Garver, get rid of Dylan Moore, get rid of Vargas. Bottom of the fifth with runners at second and third and one out. 4-0 Baltimore lead. On the bright side, we won't have to see Logan Evans, on the road against the Mets. But there may be a rain delay, in New York. And if that happens, we're in trouble. Regardless on who's on the mound. Gilbert, Wu, Castillo, Kirby. 1-0 pitch. And another RBI sac fly. Westberg scores off the sac fly. 5-0 Baltimore. Oh, this is great. Absolutely fantastic. Next up, first baseman Kobe Mayo. And just like that, going from 3-0 to 5-0 real quick. And let me refresh this because they haven't done it here on my end. Give me 1 sec here. First pitch from Vargas to Mayo, high and away, 1-0 count. 1-0 pitch, high and away with a cutter, 2 balls and no strikes from Vargas to Mayo. God damn, he sucks, man. 2-0 pitch, high and away, 3 balls and no strikes from Vargas to Mayo. I mean, how many times are we going to just keep sticking with these guys that fucking are terrible? Garver, Dylan Moore, Carlos Vargas, get rid of them. I mean, especially when we're World Series contenders. I mean, if we were a team that had no chance of making the playoffs, that's one thing. But when we're World Series contenders, you got to upgrade. Sticking with these shitty players is bringing the whole vibe down. 3-0 pitch, takes a strike looking as we get some rain falling down here in the matchup. And obviously, when you have a rain delay, we don't win. And are they going to call the game? Or Mayo calls time. Okay. And an automatic ball pitch timer violation. Good job, Vargas, you fucking bum. 5-0. I mean, hell, if we keep Vargas in, it's going to be 10-0 in a fucking moment. I mean, pretty much bringing in Vargas, you're waving the white flag most of the time that you've already given up and you're looking forward to the next series. Next up is Daniel Johnson. Yeah, and we're the only team that's never made it. And again, it's like you got a good roster, but you got to make sure you're upgrading the roster and not keeping the players that are a liability, on the roster. You have to upgrade. And sticking with a few players that aren't good, those are the guys that are going to lose games for you and consistently. I mean, we haven't had a, good at bat from Dylan Moore since the game that I went to on the 4th of July where he got his 9th homer. His 8 homers were at the beginning of the year, like in April and May. Why is he still on the team? Why has Harry Ford not been called up for Garver? Just making those, adjustments could be huge. And Dan Wilson and Woodworth and anyone that wants to talk to Vargas, there's nothing that can be said. You stink. Bottom of the 5th with runners at first and third with 2 outs, 5-0. Baltimore lead. I mean, there's no words that Woodworth can say. I mean, you don't have Cal catching, You've got Garver back there. Vargas stinks as well. 1-0 pitch, and Johnson lines out to right, and that is finally out number 3. And it's not going to be any easier when we go to New York and play the Mets, and again, they have had some, rain, delays there for the Yankees and Mets recently. So I'm just praying that we don't have a rain delay there, because if that happens, that's an automatic L. And again, the Mets may not be the top dog in the division, which is the Phillies, but they still can beat you. And we'll see how it goes. But again, we want to win 2 out of 3, but it realistically may be only 1 out of 3 like this series, unless something happens. Let's go to the top of the 6th inning and let's see if we can get on the fucking board, huh? Let's at least get a few fucking runs in this game, so for some momentum into the Mets series tomorrow. We don't want to lose this game fucking 9-0 or 10-0. Somebody step up. Next up, 0 for 2, left fielder Randy Arozarena, who tried to attempt a bunt towards first base in his first at-bat. Don't know why, but he didn't end up being safe. Batting second, 1 for 2, our savior, first baseman Josh Naylor. Ended up getting a nice single in his first at-bat, but tried to stretch it into a double and got thrown out. And that was kind of the foreshadowing of the day. And batting third, 0 for 1, who got plunked at his first at-bat, Julio Rodriguez. Trident's up. Let's go, M's. Yeah, appreciate you, and again, for some of us that, see the game differently than most, there's going to be, hardcore fans that, watch a game, but that doesn't mean that everyone sees the same thing. Same thing with basketball, football, hockey, baseball. You can watch a game, but that doesn't mean that every person sees it the same way. And again, we're all about stats and analytics, and we understand, the game a little bit deeper than most. And again, if we want to be able to make this magical deep run, we've only had 4 good teams in the last 40 years, and it feels like from 2022 to 2042, we could possibly make the playoff 10 to 13 times out of a 20-year stretch. But if we want to be able to win the division over the Astros, if we want to be able to make the ALDS or ALCS or possibly the World Series, you have to upgrade the roster. You have to. First pitch to Randy. And obviously he swings and pops out. And again, when you're not in a good rhythm, Why are we swinging at the first pitch, thinking that we're going to be able to get a home run? And you've seen most of these guys, Randy, Cal, Julio, work the count, small ball, wait for the good pitch. I mean, unless they're already mentally checked out and they're just looking at the Mets series, coming, which could be a very good possibility. Not everyone is going to be focused on trying to come back. Sometimes these guys are just going through the motions. First pitch from Sagano to Naylor, takes the strike looking right down the middle, 0-1 count. And at least that's the one bright side for the Mariners is Josh Naylor. That was a great pickup for us, and hopefully that'll be someone that we re-sign long-term. Naylor over Gino 100%. Gino's getting up there in age, and we know he's a streaky hitter, and I would assume he'll get hot in September or October, but hasn't really been the same player that he was on the Diamondbacks. It's much harder to hit homers at T-Mobile, but now on the road, still, a lot of strikeouts, a lot of wild swings by Gino. 1-1 pitch. Big swing and a miss, low and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Josh Naylor. And also I went over all the records of every good, medium, mid, or bad team. And the only team that's really good on the road is the Baltimore Orioles. No. Who do you think it would be? The Milwaukee Brewers, right? The best team in baseball. The only team that's got like 10 games above 500 and normally floating around that 9, 10, 11 range. Everyone else, even the elite teams, are typically only a couple games above 500 on the road or a couple games below or many games below 500. So it shows winning games on the road for any team, even the elites besides the Milwaukee Brewers, it's not easy. Most teams can't win on the road. And obviously you want to make sure you're taking advantage at home and winning a very good percentage there. 2-2 pitch, fouled off right down the middle. 2 balls and 2 strikes with nobody on and 1 out with some rain falling down here in Baltimore. And Naylor with a nice single to right, at least someone that we can count on, obviously getting a hit at almost every at-bat. And again, maybe we can get Naylor to swipe a bag or 2 to get us in a scoring position. Next up in the 3-hole, center fielder Julio Rodriguez. We could really use a 2-run blast right now by Julio. There's no guarantee that we come back, but at least getting something positive and getting Sagano out of the game and hoping that they have a fucking meltdown of their own, just like we did with Vargas and Logan Evans. First pitch from Sagano to Julio, takes a strike looking right down the middle, 0-1 count. Gain 2 more subs. 9 subs gained. $43 to go to get to 21,500. 0-1 pitch. Right down the middle. I don't know how that is called a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike to Julio Rodriguez. Automatic ball pitch timer violation. Top of the 6th inning, 5-0 Baltimore. And we're 9 likes away from 100. So if you are in the building and haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. We got about 50 people in the room that haven't hit the like button just yet. And if we can just get a fraction of you guys to do that, we'll be at our goal. We're at 90 likes. We need 10 more to get to 100. Now we're at 91. So 10 people out of 50. And if we can get that, then we'll be on our way to get to 125 or 150 before the game is over. Rain is really coming down. And again, we don't want any delays are almost inevitable, but we're terrible with rain delays, and we're only in the 6th inning, so I don't know if they're going to continue the game, but I hope so. It's pouring. And Sagano calling time. And Sagano taking his time to try to call this game off. Come on, pitch the fucking ball. Like, what are we doing? Are we playing or are we not playing? Like, make the move. Like, decide already. Are we going to have a rain delay, or, you know, are we playing or not? I mean, it's fucking pouring out there. And, you know, we obviously, you know, why does Baltimore not have a fucking roof? Just like the White Sox and all the other places where you go to where we can't win when they have a rain delay. Make it make sense. And now we have the rain delay. Fucking A, dude. I mean, it's one thing when you're up 5-0 with a rain delay, but when you're down 5-0 with like 0% chance of any type of comeback or hope. Julio's getting mad too. You know, it's like, what are we doing here? Like, Sagano is just pretty much standing there, you know, and not even pitching the ball. And then now, with the rain, they... Now grounds crew coming out. Now we have a rain delay. I don't know how long this rain delay is going to be. They waited too long. They should. I mean, if they were going to call a rain delay on that, they, you know, were just sitting out there letting it accumulate, you know, for quite some time. Not smart. But that's what happens when you don't have a roof. Incompetent employees, incompetent people making not the right decision. I mean, especially when you know, you're down 5, like you just want to end the game. You know, go through the next few innings, end the game, but then now it's like, what are we doing? Like, how long is this delay going to be? Yeah, I wonder if that's what they're going to end up doing. You know, like I don't mind, you know, if we have a little bit of a delay and then we can end up, you know, finishing the matchup. But again, if the rain is not going to quit for the next couple hours, you know, I don't know. You know, sitting here for 6 hours, you know, waiting for the game to, you know, fully get done. We'll have to look at the weather report here. All right, I'm going to look at the weather report to see what we're looking at, to see when we actually might be able to get going. The outfield is going to drain, but the infield not so much, and they waited too long. All right, so let me look here. Oriole Park at Camden Yards. Let's take a look at the weather. And it's 92. So it shows you, like, you can have like 80 to 90 degree weather, but still have that downpour. $90 to 92 with all this rain. So it looks like it says light to heavy rain from 3:30 to 4:32 for an hour. So so we could have a delay of an hour to an hour and a half, possibly, unless they call the game. But they definitely waited way too long to put the tarp on.
And normally when we end up having rain delays, it's usually, for the beginning of the game of the start that it's delayed 15 minutes to 5 hours, and then we get to play the whole game. This is the first time I think we've had a delay in 2025 in the middle or late in the game where it may be delayed. So at this point, I'm going to keep the stream live. But again, I'm going to go check up on my pup and whatnot. And, there's not going to be a whole lot really to go over or talk about. And again, I'll still have the stream live and until they end up getting an official, reading, and I'll come back and check up on it and whatnot. And, but based on the weather, it looks like it could possibly be, an hour and a half, until it's over. Right now it's 11:50, which would be, like on the, East Coast, like 2:50. And over there, obviously with the rain, it looks like from 3:30 to 4:32. That's what they're looking at rain-wise. So we may have a delay of, maybe an hour and a half. I'm not really too sure. So yeah, I mean, it's also Dan's first year managing, and whatnot. But obviously, he's made some mistakes, on keeping a guy in too long or pulling a guy too early or bringing the wrong guys in or having not the best lineups and whatnot. But, his first year, and again, it's harder to find a good manager in baseball than it is in like NFL. Like you can always get an offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, for an upgrade in position, to be able to get a chance, or another head coach or someone from college. But in MLB, it's not like they can grab somebody from college and say, oh, you're a manager now. That doesn't really happen that often. It's just, out of 30 managers, like how many do we have that are really good? Like 5? So there's not very many good managers in MLB. So it's not as easy to be able to get, an amazing manager in MLB. And obviously they love, going for former players and whatnot, but we'll see. So again, at this point, I'm going to continue to let the stream go until they end up making, either the, announcement that, hey, the game has been called and it's over and whatnot. And I'll periodically come back and kind of chat with y'all. And I'm going to go check up on my pup, maybe eat a little bit of lunch and whatnot. And again, especially if it's going to be, potentially a long delay and whatnot. So we'll kind of keep tabs with everything, and I'll keep the stream going. And hopefully at some point or another, they'll give us, hey, this game has been called, or, we're going to end up playing it in like an hour and a half. So. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, and it was really shocking to even see Dylan Moore homer in that game. Cal homered twice on the 4th of July, Randy homered, and then Dylan Moore late homered. I don't know how the hell he homered, but, that was the last time that he actually did anything that was even worth talking about. So. I'm not going to be doing any of the preseason NFL games. They're not worth doing, just because there's not anybody really worth, paying attention to in the preseason for the most part. I mean, it's cool to be able to see rookies and backups trying to be able to, work their way on the roster. But those are the type of games that I'll just watch, kind of on the side privately. But we're going to be doing Mariners. Obviously, we have a Friday, Saturday, Sunday set against the Mets. So those are going to be very important to be able to cover and do. And, I'll still watch some of the preseason and whatnot, but we won't be streaming any of those games. All right, so I'm going to go check up on my pup here and just kind of see what's going on. We should have a rain delay of possibly an hour, hour and a half based on the weather report, maybe. And then they may decide to call the game at some point and just say, fuck it, the Orioles win. But again, I'll kind of periodically hop in, every, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes and just kind of see what's going on, if they've made any updates or whatnot, and kind of go from there. So again, obviously feel free to, sit in the chat and talk within yourselves, or if you feel like leaving and, doing something else until we actually get word of, is this game going to be back on or not? Everyone is free to do whatever they like. And I'll periodically come back. And if there's any updates, we'll be able to, notify everyone in the chat. And, hopefully things will be able to get sorted out within the next hour, hour and a half. Either the game gets called due to rain, or we end up finishing the last 3 innings of this game. So. All right. So based off the weather, it still looks like it's going to be probably a minimum, of an hour, could be an hour and a half until we actually get word if they're going to, actually cancel the game and forfeit the game or give the Orioles the win or not. So I'm going to change and I'm going to go take my pup on a walk since we have this little gap in time, because normally this is the time that I would. And then again, hopefully once I get back, I'll come back in and we'll see what, we got going on. If we're going to continue, I would like to be able to continue the game, because again, even though it looks bad, Logan Evans on the road, we can't win. Rain delay, we can't win. We haven't been able to figure that out. Now we have another rain delay in this game. And, it's not looking good. But again, until we actually get, final confirmation that, they've awarded the Orioles the victory and the game is done, or if they decide to try to get us going again, we'll go from there. So I will be back in a little bit, probably in about 20-30 minutes, and then once I get back, I'll hop back on and then we'll kind of go from there.
Oh my gosh. 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 Oh my gosh.
All right, just got back from the long walk with the pup, and I assume that we are still in the rain delay, checking all of the socials, and I'm going to check the weather report here to see if there's been any updated news. But again, we kind of assumed it was going to be an hour and a half delay, and then, they would decide if they would call it or not. But I assume there hasn't really been that much of an update by the Mariners or the Orioles. Weather has gone down to 84 degrees. And again, to have 88 to 92 with rain and have that hot humidity there, obviously, 2 days out of the 3 with rain there. And let me check the weather report, but nothing has been called just yet, obviously. And if there's still time to be able to, try to catch up, obviously when you're down 5-0, the chance of coming back is less than 1%. It's probably not going to happen, but let's take a quick peek here if there's any new updates on the weather. And then it looks like the rain is going to continue for another hour or so based on the thunderstorm, continuing until 4:46, which would be 1:46 here on the Pacific Northwest. So I imagine we'll get some type of information here within the next hour, and then obviously we'll kind of go from there. So, at some point they may decide to call the game and say, hey, this is a wrap. We've had rain for too long. or we'll wait another hour and then they may decide to start the game back up for the last 3 innings. So. But based on the weather report, that's what we're looking at. It could be another hour or so. And let's look here. And then after, one more hour of rain, there won't be any more rain for the rest of the night until tomorrow. But obviously we'll be moving on to the Mets at that point. So it's only a 3-game set, not a 4. So since the simple fact there won't be any rain, by 1:45, 2 o'clock, my time, 4:45 to 5 p.m., East Coast time. And then after that, there, shouldn't be any rain. So I would assume that they're going to wait an hour and then assess. And then since there's not going to be any more rain for the next, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 hours, they'll probably end up finishing this game off, since there's not going to be another storm moving in, just based on the weather report that I can see at the moment. So at this point, I'm going to get something to eat, and we'll continue to have the stream go here for another, obviously hour to see if there's any updates. But again, since there is not going to be any more rain after 1 more hour from now, we could end up getting first pitch, somewhere, right now it's 12:45 Pacific, 3:45 Eastern. I would assume 1 more hour. Once that rain stops, we could end up getting going around 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. If you're on the East Coast. So we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, a lot of people betting on the matchup with different individual parlays and individual bets, as well as just, Orioles and Mariner fans. But that is the current update that I can see at the moment. So we'll kind of go from there. And again, hopefully within about an hour or so, hour and 15 minutes, we'll get back into some action.
Oh my gosh. You dream of heaven. You dream of. Oh my gosh.
All right. Well, I didn't know if we were going to end up being back, but we were, checking out the weather report, and it's still supposed to be on and off with rain and thunderstorms for the next 2 hours. But they figured probably with only 3 innings left, as long as it's not a downpour, that they'll be able to get it done. So, and sometimes, you're looking at the weather report and, you're got to go based on what, the Mariners are reporting and the Orioles, for all those people in the chat, that, DraftKings says the game is canceled. You can't trust DraftKings or any, gambling parlay site. It's only going to be, through the Mariners or the Orioles. That's when the information is going to be official. If it's from anywhere else, it's not. So for all those people that said the game is over, because the, gambling website said so, you need to be able to do the research. You're always having to look at the weather app, and you're going to have to look at through the Mariners and the Baltimore Orioles. And if they put out the information, then it's legit. But if it's not them, then I wouldn't believe anything else that's out there. So. But I was a little shocked because another storm front was coming through, and they're going to have on and off rain and thunderstorms here for the next couple hours. But I'm glad that, we're down 5-0. The chance of us coming back right now is like less than 1%, but hopefully we can get a few hits and a few runs, to gain a little bit of momentum, going into the Mets series. But again, I'm glad that we're back, and let's see. Maybe they can have a little bit of a meltdown. The chances of the Mariners, coming back to tie the game is almost none. Winning the game is almost none. But we could end up getting a couple runs. And again, to some people that may not be, anything. But, anyone that watches baseball on the regular, anything positive moving forward can help. And again, super long delay, but at least we're here now. All right, baby, let's go. Funny too when you get certain people that are ignorant, thinking that we're trying to pad the stats. What kind of stats are we padding when I'm waiting for the game to come back on? There is no stats that we're padding for views. If anything, the views are going to go down from where we were, because obviously if you have 100, 150 people in the room and you got a 2-hour delay, those 150 people aren't going to sit there and wait. We still ended up having, about 40 or 50 or 60 people that came through, but what kind of padded stats are we getting? We're not getting any. If anything, we're going to have to try to get, obviously, some of those people that left. And then once they realize that the game is back on, we should be able to get a little bit of an uptick, here with the likes and the subs and the views and the donos. So we're still at 95 to go. And hopefully we can find a way to get this one going. But we did gain 11 subs, even in some of that rain delay, which is good. And even with that delayed period, we ended up gaining another 5 or 6 subs, believe it or not. And we've gained 11 so far, so we're right in the wheelhouse there. And we got a 1-1 count to Julio Rodriguez, and we're back, baby. Let's go. And they got Garcia in the matchup for Zagano. And I think everyone is now situated. Here we go. 1-1 pitch. Big swing and a miss by Julio Rodriguez. 1 ball and 2 strikes from Garcia to Julio. Is it realistic that we end up, finishing this game at a 0? It could be. But I'm hoping that we can end up getting 2 or 3 runs, even if we don't win the game, but you never know. All it takes is one meltdown. And again, with this long of a delay, we haven't been able to ever win in a rain delay in 2025, but hopefully, we'll find a little bit of rhythm here. 1-2 pitch, low and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes from Garcia to Julio. But I know, for a lot of us that are hardcore fans, even with a long rain delay, I didn't want the game to be canceled. I want to be able to see it through as long as the weather, was going to lighten up a little bit. And thankfully it did. 2-2 pitch, fouled off. 2 balls and 2 strikes with a runner at first and 1 out. Top of the 6th inning on MLB Network. Let's go, baby. Obviously on Root Sports as well. Riz on the call, which is always great. Ryan Roland Smith. Back. See ya! And there it is, Julio Rodriguez with a big 2-run blast. Yes, sir. And just like that, the score goes from 5-0 to 5-2. Tridents up. See ya! Julio, 381 feet with Josh Naylor aboard. And just like that, you end up being patient. You end up being positive. You ask for a couple runs, even though you know the chance of coming back is slim. And look at that. 5 seconds later, after being that type of way, we end up getting a big 2-run blast. Let's go, Ems.
Oh my God.
Yes. Let's go, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Next up is Jorge Polanco. And we were lucky when that rain delay happened. Naylor was already at first. Hell yeah. First pitch to Polo. Takes a strike looking high and inside. 0-1 count. And that's what we needed. Sagano to go out and get a new pitcher in, and it worked beautifully. 0-1 pitch. Takes another strike looking high and inside. No balls and 2 strikes to Jorge Polanco. 0-2 pitch. Low and at the knees. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Polo. Let's go, baby. We're back in it. And down goes Polo, and that is 2 away. Next up, third baseman Eugenio Suarez. Good vibes only, and we're going to need a couple home runs. That was the first one, but we're going to need a minimum of 1 more. And if we can get 1 more home run, whether it be a solo dinger, 2-run jack, 3-run jack, or grand salami, we're back in it. And again, we're down 3, and that's still a lot, but it's a lot better than being down 5-0 with no hope. And thank God for Julio Rodriguez. And again, sometimes, just by just calling it what it is and just trying to get a couple, sports gods listen, and they made it happen. I love it. 0-1 pitch, big swing and a miss, low and away. No balls and 2 strikes to Eugenio Suarez. Let's go, Gino. And again, if we can get a continuous meltdown for the next, 3 innings, it's not that crazy to think that we could get to 5. Obviously, we don't know how our pitching is going to be on our end, where, we may end up giving up 1, 2, 3, 4 more runs. But if we can keep them at 5 for the rest of the game, we're going to have a chance. Let's go. Tridents up. Let's go, M. And we got an automatic pitch timer violation there. 1-2 pitch. And Gino with a single right up the middle, baby. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. Good vibes only, baby. Let's go. And now we got a runner at first with 2 outs, and we love to rally with 2 outs. I mean, best case scenario here, Dominic Canzone hits us with a Dom bomb, and we go 5-4. Then we're really in business. But this would be a huge win if we were able to get it, even though that everything is going against us. Let's go. Mariners in delays this season. May 20th, we lost to the White Sox 1-0. Lost 10-1 on June 26th as Dom gets out there on that first pitch. He flies out to center, but at least we got the 2-run jack by Julio. But 1-0 lost to the White Sox on May 20th with a rain delay. We lost 10-1 and got our ass kicked against the Twins on June 26th. Lost 10-3 against the Yankees on July 8th. Lost 4-3 last night. Obviously, Brash and Dylan Moore lost it for us. And obviously, we're losing right now 5-2, but it's a lot better than being down 5-0. And definitely is going to give us a little bit of life, moving forward. And again, for Julio to come up in that clutch moment, huge. And again, we still may not win, but at least, it's more interesting now. instead of it being 6-0, 7-0, 8-0. Like, at least we're fighting back. And, obviously good for Julio to get that extra home run on the stat line, but also to give us a little bit of faith and a little bit of hope that we might be able to come back. And again, we're going to have a tough series in New York against the Mets. So anything that we can get that's positive in this game will carry over until tomorrow. Big facts. And let's see what we're going to be doing pitching-wise. Where are they going to go? And they had Vargas in last, but I wouldn't have him come back in. I hope that they have someone in line. And we got Legomina coming in. All right, so hopefully Casey will do well. And just imagine if they would have went with Legomina right away instead of Carlos Vargas, maybe the game is 2-2 right now, or 3-2, not 5-2. So, but hopefully Legomina will be solid. And then next up here in the bottom of the sixth, 1 for 2 with an RBI, right fielder Jeremiah Jackson. Batting second in the 8-hole left fielder Dylan Carlson. And batting third, the former Mariner first-rounder catcher Alex Jackson. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Help us get to 150 likes before the stream ends. We're looking for 20 subs. We're already around that 10 to 15 range. And we're looking for 100 on the dono train. We're at 595 to go. One more like to get to 125, and then we can shoot for 150. Garver with the pitch calm had to get replaced there. First pitch from Legomina to Jackson, high and inside with a sinker, 92 miles an hour, 1-0 count. Let's go, baby. And we're in it. 1-0 pitch, fouled off high and inside. 1 ball and 1 strike from Legomina to Jackson. 1-1 pitch, big swing and a miss right down the middle. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Jeremiah Jackson. Kind of shocked that Julio ended up hitting that home run. I felt like we might be able to get something, after a couple innings have passed. I was thinking maybe around like the 8th inning, maybe the bats would finally light up. But also we didn't know if Sagano was going to come back in or if they were going to replace him. But thankfully they did, because obviously if they would have went with Sagano, I don't know if that home run happens by Julio. So that was huge. 1-2 pitch, fouled off, high and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Jeremiah Jackson. 1-2 pitch, big swing and a miss, and a nice punch out by Casey Legomina, 1 away. There we go, my boy. That's what I'm talking about. Bring that electricity. Let's see if we can make an epic comeback. And again, we're 0 for 5 this year, or 0 for 4, on rain delays. So this would be the first game that we potentially could, win, even though we're still down 3, but again, it has to give you a little bit of hope and a little bit of life with a 2-run blast by Julio with Naylor on board before the rain delay, and he crushed it. First pitch from Legomina to Carlson, high and away, 1-0 count. 1-0 pitch, low and at the knees. 2 balls and no strikes from Casey Legomina to Dylan Carlson. Bottom of the 6th, 5-2 Oriole lead. They had a 5-0 lead after that long rain delay. And after an hour and a half, 2 hours of waiting for this rain and thunderstorm to pass throughout that Baltimore area, Julio Rodriguez homering and getting us to 2, which is still, we're halfway there. We still got a little ways to go, but, it's not like the game is in the 8th inning or the 9th inning. I mean, we're in the 6th, so, we still have a chance, even though it may be small. 2-0 pitch, high and away, 3 balls and no strikes from Legomena to Carlson. 3-0 pitch, takes the strike looking right down the middle. 3 balls and 1 strike with nobody on and 1 out, 5-2 Oriole lead. And hopefully Legomena will be able to get out of this inning unscathed. We need to keep them at 5 for the rest of the game to have any hope of coming back. 3-1 pitch, big swing and a miss, high and away. Count now is full, 3 balls and 2 strikes to Dylan Carlson. 3-2 pitch, fouled off, high and inside. Count still is full, 3 balls and 2 strikes to Dylan Carlson. 3-2 pitch, and Carlson with a walk. Next up, 0 for 2, former first rounder of the Mariners many moons ago, catcher Alex Jackson. First pitch from Legomena to Jackson. Pitches at the hips, inside with a 4-seam fastball, 92 miles an hour, 1-0 count. 1-0 pitch, big swing and a miss right down the middle. 1 ball and 1 strike with a runner at first and 1 out. 5-2 Oriole lead, but we have a little bit of hope with Julio Rodriguez with a big 2-run blast, and we were very blessed to have Naylor on first when the rain delay initially happened. Otherwise, that would have been a solo dinger, which still would have been awesome, you know, being down 5-1 rather than 5-0, but getting it to 5-2, we actually might have a chance to make a rally. 1-1 pitch, fouled off right down the middle. 1 ball and 2 strikes with a runner at first and 1 out, 5-2 Oriole lead. Oh yeah, Moose is on cue, man. I got that on tap. 1-2 pitch, high and inside. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Jackson from Legomena. You ask, and you shall receive. And obviously, we need the rally, Maurice. Let's go, baby. Trident's up. Let's go. Bottom of the 6th with a runner at first. 2-2 pitch. And in play, Julio is there. No fly zone. And that is 2 away. Nice job by Julio in the no-fly zone. Such a reliable defender. Nice job, Julio. Next up, for the O's, Jackson Holiday. First pitch to Holiday, takes a strike looking right down the middle, 0-1 count. And down goes Holiday for out number 3. There we go. Good productive inning for Casey Legomena. So not only did we get the 2-run blast by Julio Rodriguez with Naylor on board, Legomena comes in and does a great job and doesn't give up any runs as Randy gets that fly out into left field for out number 3 on Jackson Holiday. I love it. All right, let's see who's up next for the Mariners, and let's see if we can get one more. You know, if we can get one more in the 7th to make it 5-3, one more in the 8th, and one in the 9th. So they're shooting for 1 run per inning the next 3 innings to try to get to 5. Now, obviously, if we can get a monster inning with a big meltdown where we score, 2, 3, 4 runs in a single inning, that would be great. But I'm not sure how realistic that would be. It really just depends on who they bring in and if we can get a little bit of lucky here as well. Next up for the Mariners, 0 for 2 with a K. 7-hole hitter catching Mitch Garver. Batting second, 0 for 2, ice water in his veins, shortstop J.P. Crawford. We could really use a home run from one of these three batters to really set the tone. And batting third, 0 for 2, second baseman Cole Young. And sometimes, the guys that are least likely, to homer, sometimes they end up coming up big. Now, obviously, when you got guys like Julio and Cal and Naylor, you know that those guys can get the job done, Randy Arozarena, but for the others, the Dominic Canzones, the Mitch Garbers, the J.P. Crawfords, the Cole Youngs. I mean, if we, could get a home run by one of those four guys, or Gino even, he's been in a slump lately a little bit. I mean, that could really be the turning point in this game. Top of the 7th inning, we're down by 3. Let's go. And we gained another sub. 36 to go to 21,500. And we've gained 12 subs so far, 3 more to get to 15. And again, once people realize that this game is back on, I assume we'll get into that 100, 150 range. And then especially if the Mariners get to like 5-4, by the 9th inning or something of that nature, there might be another spike in the viewership. But again, it's going to take a lot, and it's not going to be easy. But again, if we can get a slight meltdown by the Orioles pitching, we might have a very, very small chance. I mean, before the home run, maybe a 1% chance to come back. After the Julio home run, it's probably like 5%. It's still really low, but a lot can happen in 3 innings. First pitch fouled off right down the middle from Aiken to Garver. So the Orioles have made another pitching change, going from Garcia giving up that 2-run blast. So we'll take that. And now we got Aiken in, and hopefully he'll have a meltdown. 0-1 pitch, low and at the knees. 1 ball and 1 strike to Mitch Garver. And again, we don't necessarily need, the home runs or the big RBIs. If they start walking or plunking guys, we can end up moving those guys over as well. 1-1 pitch, low and at the knees. 2 balls and 1 strike from Aiken to Garver. 2-1 pitch, takes a strike looking, low and in the corner. 2 balls and 2 strikes from Aiken to Garver. Come on, Mitch. Give us some electricity, baby. Two-two pitch, low and at the knees. Count now is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Mitch Garver. Take the walk, Mitch. There's no point on trying to be a hero, when you're on the bottom end of the order. If he's not going to pitch in the strike zone, which he only had 1 pitch in this first 5, take the walk if you can get it. Top of the 7th inning, 5-2 Oriole lead. They had a 5-0 lead during the rain delay of a couple hours, and we didn't know if we were going to get back to action, but the rain has let up, the thunderstorms have let up. Julio hit a 2-run blast, and just like that, we're back in it. 3-2 pitch, and big swing and a miss, which Garver wouldn't have did the check swing there. Maybe we would have been able to get him to first, but that is 1 away. Next up is J.P. Crawford. First pitch from Aiken to Crawford. Takes a strike looking right down the middle, 0-1 count. 4-seam fastball, 93 miles an hour by Aiken. 0-1 pitch, low and away. 1 ball and 1 strike to J.P. Crawford. One pitch, low and away. 2 balls and 1 strike from Keegan Aiken to J.P. Crawford. Two-one pitch. In play, and JP with a beautiful single on Keegan Aiken. Ice water in his veins. Great job. Here we go. Next up is Cole Young. Rally time, baby. Let's See if Cole Young can end up getting a single, double, triple, or home run. Let's go, Cole. Judah in the building. What's good? First pitch in play, and Young flies out to left. Really wish Cole would have worked the count there. Again, that's one thing that the Mariner batters have been a little antsy. Work the count. Wait for that good pitch. Now, next up is Randy Arozarena. Let's go, Randy. You're overdue for a big home run. You're 0 for 3 at this point, but if you hit a home run here and it's 5-4 in the 7th, we are definitely back in the matchup. Let's go, Randy. Trident's up. First pitch, takes a strike looking, low and away. 0-1 count. 0-1 pitch. Fouls it off, low and away. No balls and 2 strikes to Randy Arozarena. Come on, Randy. Keegan Aiken on the mound. Randy Arozarena in the box. Pitch is low and at the knees. 1 ball and 2 strikes with a runner at first and 2 outs. 5-2 Oriole lead. And it was 5-0 during that rain delay. But we got Julio Rodriguez to hit a 2-run blast right away. And it's giving us a very small but little bit of life. Yeah, send it over. Absolutely. That would be dope. Stacks. Racks. With a little Cactus Jack. Bang, bang. Appreciate you. Now we're at 10, 90 to go. 2-2 pitch, low and at the knees. Count now is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Randy Arozarena. Come on, Randy. Three-two pitch, fouled off right down the middle by Arozarena. Count still is 3 balls, 2 strikes, runner at first, and 2 outs. We're down by 3. We were down by 5, but got a big 2-run homer by Julio Rodriguez. J-Rod doing J-Rod things after the All-Star break. He's always money. And again, we need another home run if we have any chance of coming back. You know, regardless if it happens in this inning or in the 8th or the 9th. But we're going to need another home run for, you know, a 2-run blast, 3-run blast, solo dinger. You know, obviously, if we only get a solo dinger out of the home run later, we're going to need RBIs. But if we can get like the home run here, then it would be 5-4 and we're in business. 3-2 pitch, fouled off, right down the middle. Count still full. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Randy Arozarena. Come on, Randy. 3-2 pitch, and good eye by Randy, and that is a walk. There we go. Much better than the strikeouts or pop-ups that we've been getting lately out of Randy. My boy, here we go. And we got the perfect batter up next. The best hitter on the team lately, very consistent. First baseman stud, Josh Naylor. And imagine if Naylor hits a 3-run bomb and it's 5-5. That happens, we could probably win based off the momentum alone. But if he can get an RBI single or an RBI double, we're going to be in business with that as well. Let's go, Naylor. No, Cole did not get a hit. Cole is 0 for 3 after not playing yesterday. Now they're going to have a mound visit. Not sure if that's really going to help when you go against Josh Naylor. Can you send me a message and have it pop up that way? Send me a message there on that, or on like Instagram or X if you have Twitter/X, and then maybe we can figure it out that way. Maybe if I respond back, we can figure it out. First pitch to Aiken the Naylor, takes a strike swinging, low and away, 0-1 count. Keegan Aiken on the mound, Josh Naylor in the box. 0-1 pitch, big swing and a miss, low and away. Aiken on the mound, and Josh Naylor in the box. Come on, baby. We got to get at least 1 this inning, minimum. Obviously, getting 2, 3, or more will just be, the cherry on top. But runners at first and second and 2 outs with our best hitter lately. Gotta try to be able to get something here. Best case scenario would be a 3-run blast. It's tied 5-5. All the momentum is ours, and then we would have a great chance to win. But even with an RBI single or an RBI double to make it 5-3 or 5-4, we could still find a way to, get a little bit more confidence moving forward. Oh-2 pitch, low and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes with runners at first and second and 2 outs. Top of the 7th inning, 5-2 Oriole lead. Yeah, but if you're going against one of the top 5 pitchers in the game, you can't expect Cal to get home runs from the right-hand side against a top 5 pitcher. It's not going to happen. Again, sometimes he'll hit home runs, but he's not on the same pace that he was, obviously, at the beginning of the year. 1-2 pitch, and Naylor grounds out to second, and that is a throw to first for out number 3. An unfortunate ending to the top of the 7th inning with runners at first and second that get stranded, but we're down 3. Wish we would have gotten at least 1 there, and Naylor normally comes up in that situation, but again, baseball is hard. All right, let's go to the bottom of the 7th and see who's up next here for the O's. We got to keep them at 5 for the rest of the game to have any chance. Even if they just score 1, it's probably game over. I mean, it essentially is almost game over at this point, down 3 with only a couple innings to go. But as anybody knows, if you can have a meltdown by a pitcher, you can score 1 to 3 runs pretty quick. It's just a matter of, can we get the right pitcher in and do the damage at the right time? Next up, 1 for 1 with 2 runs and a base on ball, 2-hole hitter, third baseman Jordan Westberg. Batting second, 1 for 3 with an RBI, shortstop Gunnar Henderson. And batting third, 1 for 2 with a run, RBI, and a K, DHing Ryan Mountcastle. Trident's up. Let's go, M's. Okay, let me see. I thought we already followed each other on there and whatnot, but let me see. Hold on. Where are you at? Okay, you should be good now. I could have swore we already did that already, but maybe we just talked about it and we were just too busy. You should be able to send it to me now. First pitch from Legomina to Westberg, high and inside, 1-0 count. 1-0 pitch, low and away with a sweeper, 81 miles an hour by Legomina, who's back out there. 2 balls and no strikes from Legomina to Westberg. And, if we would have had Legomina come out earlier, rather than Vargas, maybe the game is 2-2 or 3-2, not 5-2. And that wasn't ideal, to give up those additional 2 runs, after giving up 3 in the 4th and then 2 in the 5th. Could have prevented that. Could be a 3-2 game right now, and we would really be in business if they would have went that route. But 2-0 pitch, takes a strike looking right down the middle. 2 balls and 1 strike to Jordan Westberg. 2-1 pitch, and Westberg luckily lines out to right. There we go, 1 away. Yeah, I thought we already linked up there either, on one of the socials, either Facebook or Instagram or Twitter/X, but maybe we just talked about it. We just never got a chance to go through with that. Maybe that's on me, so. Next up is Gunnar Henderson, and that looks like Legomina's day is done. And they're going to be bringing in another pitcher from the pen. Legomina did a good job there. Got 4 outs for us. Bottom of the 7th inning, 5-2 Orioles. All right, here, let me bring it up. That's a great photo. Yeah, I definitely would have taken a photo of this as well if I was at like the sporting goods store and it was there. So you want to give a little bit of information on this photo that you are sending me based on the sporting goods store? Wow, look at that. The gold glove. That's killer. Yeah, man. Is that something that's common that they do? You know, that they actually have some of the awards that they allow to be in a store? I mean, considering, you know, there's obviously some people that are out there that aren't the greatest human beings. Obviously, that's a big display. And, you know, you would hope that no one would be an idiot to try to, you know, rob it or take it and like break the glass. It's not like you'd be able to take the podium. So, you know, obviously, shiesty people would try to break the glass and obviously take the award itself, which would be terrible, you know. But again, hopefully that will be intact and hopefully no one will vandalize that. All right, now we got Ferguson coming in for Legomina, and hopefully Ferguson is the good Ferguson. We've seen him give up a couple home runs and a couple RBIs in his last few starts after starting with the Mariners, coming from the Pirates in the trade deadline. Pretty good. So he's kind of had an up and down start with the Mariners so far. First pitch to Gunnar, low and away with the cutter, 1-0 count. One 0 pitch, takes a strike looking high and inside. 1 ball and 1 strike from Caleb Ferguson to Gunnar Henderson. One pitch, low and away. 2 balls and 1 strike from Ferguson to Gunnar Henderson. Let's go, Ferg. Don't fuck this up. 2-1 pitch, fouled off, high and inside. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Gunnar Henderson. 1 for 3 with an RBI so far for Gunnar. That's awesome. 2-2 pitch, big swing and a miss, and down goes Gunnar Henderson, 2 away. Next up for Caleb Ferguson. In the cleanup spot, 1 for 2 with a run, RBI, and a K, DHing Ryan Mountcastle. Now, I mean, there's been quite a few at-bats where, you know, you've seen guys, you know, swing at the first pitch and get out, and those are always tough. I mean, every once in a while, you're going to be able to get a home run, single, or a double, but a lot of times, if it's not on the sweet spot, you're just grounding out or popping up, and you're hurting your team. And there it is, slow dribbler, throw to first, J.P. Crawford to Naylor, got him. Throw was a little high by J.P., but Naylor with a good defense and a great job by Caleb Ferguson not giving up any runs. And end of the 7th inning, we're down by 3, so we need to try to get 2 in the 8th and 1 in the 9th, or 1 in the 8th and 2 in the 9th. Or 3 in an inning in the 8th or the 9th. I mean, obviously, the chance of us coming back and tying this game up is, you know, probably like 1%. To win, it's probably even lower than that, right? But you never know. It really just depends on who they bring in, and if they can have a meltdown, anything is possible. And we also need 1 more home run if we have any chance. I mean, the chance of getting 6 hits in a row and getting a bunch of ribbies is not impossible, but not likely. So we're going to need at least 1 more home run if we want to get back in this in the 8th or the 9th inning, or both. Let's go to the top of the 8th and see who's up next for the Mariners. And Stroud is coming in. Next up is Julio Rodriguez. Could Julio homer again? Hell, we might need him to. Let's go, baby. Trident's up. Let's go, M's. Go on, Julio. I mean, Julio's one of those guys, in the first part of the year, we criticized him, was definitely in 0-2 counts, way too much. And he was swinging at pretty much anything and everything. But he's been like that his whole career. But then in the second half of the season, he's a 300 hitter plus in every single year from his rookie year in 2022 to now. So we know we're going to get the best version of Julio for the rest of the way. We just have to hope that Julio will figure it out in the beginning of the year instead of only being good for like 1 month out of 4. If he ends up being good maybe 3 months out of 4 before the All-Star break, then we can have a complete season of Julio. And if that happens, then we may get 30-30 or 40-40 out of Julio. Top of the 8th, 5-2 Oriole lead. 0-2 count to Julio Rodriguez. And Julio flies out, and that is 1 away. Hard hit ball the other way, but doesn't get to drop, unfortunately, there. 1 out. Next up for the Mariners is Jorge Polanco. First pitch to Polo, high and away with a curveball by Stroud. 1-0 count. 1-0 pitch. Takes a strike looking high and inside. 1 ball and 1 strike to Jorge Polanco. Polo is overdue for a home run as well. I'm not sure if we'll be able to get it here, but if we were, it would be sweet. 1-1 pitch. Low and away. 2 balls and 1 strike from Stroud to Polo. And just being observant, of where a lot of the pitches are, going down for the Orioles. We're not getting a whole lot right down the middle. A lot of the pitchers, even the relief guys coming in from the pen, there's not really that many pitches that are going to be in the middle of the square. Most of the pitches are outside or inside. So definitely have to be selective unless you can connect on a pitch high and away on the sweet spot. But that definitely takes good bat speed and wrist and hip action to be able to get a ball that shouldn't really be hit. 2-1 pitch, high and away. 3 balls and 1 strike to Jorge Polanco. 3-1 pitch, big swing and a miss, low and at the knees. Count now is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes with nobody on and 1 out. 5-2 Oriole lead after being up 5-0 after the rain delay. But as soon as we got back to the action, Julio Rodriguez with a 2-run blast to get us to 5-2, to give us a little bit of hope in this long rain delay matchup here this Thursday afternoon. Three-two pitch, and Polo lines out to the shortstop, and that is 2 away. All right, if there was ever a time that we needed a home run, it's fucking right now, Eugenio Suarez. I mean, even though it would only be a solo dinger, it definitely would get us 1 step closer. Then it would be 5-3, and again, we can get a nice rally in the 8th inning, but we need that first guy to kind of get the whole ball rolling. Could we get a big play out of Gino? Single, double, but preferably a home run would be great. And then we got Dominic Canzone on deck. First pitch, and Gino grounds out to third, throw to first, and that is out number 3. Way too many batters swinging at first pitch and getting pop-up and ground outs. I mean, I can't tell you how many outs we have, with batters just swinging at the first pitch. And I don't know if they think they're going to be able to get a home run off of it or not, but, that's another part of us losing this game. We got 6 hits and they only have 4, but they got 5 runs and we only have 2. And again, if we were going to be a little bit more patient today, and we didn't play Carlos Vargas, maybe we're only down 3-2. But again, baseball is hard. And again, you have to be able to, have good baseball IQ. Just as physical as baseball is, to me, it's really more mental. And again, you have to understand when to do something and when to hold back. And unfortunately, the Mariner players did not get the memo besides Julio today. All right, let's go to the bottom of the 8th and hope that we can keep them at 5. We were able to come back, right? Down by a couple runs yesterday, 3-1 to tie it 3-3. So it's not impossible to think that we can't score, 3 runs, but it definitely is going to be tough. You got to have an epic meltdown by, their closer, and then we're going to have to go on a huge fucking rally. And then, best case scenario, we win 6-5 in 10, 11, or 12. But the chance of that happening is very, very low. But you never know. You got to have some kind of faith. I mean, we have come back quite a bit in 2025. And now they're going to bring in Kowar for Ferguson. Now Kowar enters in for Caleb Ferguson. Next up for the O's here in the bottom of the 8th. 0 for 1 with 2 base on balls. First baseman Kobe Mayo. On deck, center fielder Daniel Johnson. And batting third, right fielder Jeremiah Jackson. So, I mean, if we end up getting, somewhat good pitching, we should be able to get out of this inning unscathed, we hope. Yeah, but again, we haven't won a game with a rain delay all year, so that was the problem. And then we had a rain delay today. So shit happens. When we have a rain delay, we don't win. We're potentially going to be 0 for 5 this year. So, and it's just unfortunate that we had rain in back-to-back days. And again, if we ever can find a way to win with rain, that would be great. And obviously, we've never won a game with Logan Evans on the road. So when you dig deeper into the stats, it's more than, we can't lose to the Orioles, Steph. There's reasons why we're losing. We've had rain in the last 2 days. We haven't won. Logan Evans hasn't won a game on the road all year. So there it is. And sometimes history repeats itself. And obviously, records are meant to be broken, but history tends to repeat itself often. 0-1 pitch, high and inside, 1 ball and 1 strike from Kowar to Mayo. Now, if we didn't have rain today or yesterday, and we didn't have a fucking meltdown by Matt Brash and Dylan Moore, maybe we would have been able to finally win with rain yesterday. But again, you don't expect one of your best guys in the pen to fuck up and then Dylan Moore to, be absolutely garbage and can't even get a routine fly ball in the right field, and when you have plays like that, it's hard to win. We're still a World Series contender, but again, things need to change. 1-2 pitch and takes a strike looking, and that is 1 away. But those are the main reasons. Rain and Logan Evans obviously not winning a game on the road all year, and it continues to happen again. But his ERA was almost 7 on the road. He only gave up, a couple. So could have been worse. Jeremiah Jackson on deck and Daniel Johnson in the box. I mean, it's easy to be able to complain and, be angry or frustrated with the team, but usually there's going to be something deeper that you have to look into on why. Again, and what happens normally when the Mariners play is Johnson grounds out to second. When the Mariners play, teams that are mid or bad, we don't do very well, and especially on the road, right? But when we play really good teams, we play up to the competition. When we play bad teams, that's when we're in trouble. Like, we have a harder time playing the Athletics and the Angels than we do the Astros and Rangers. Do we not? And there's a reason why. It's because we play down to the competition. And the same thing here. The Orioles are not a good team this year. And so you would think, the average fan or someone that's just watching would, this is easy. You guys should win. Your record is so much better. But records go out the window, especially when you're on the road. And on top of that, as Greg Allen comes in, it's not like the Mariners have a good road record. There's only one team that's got a good road record in baseball, and that's the Milwaukee Brewers, who are normally 9, 10, 11 games above 500. Even the other elite teams are only a couple games above 500 on the road or a couple games below. There's not any teams that are good on the road except the Brewers. One team out of 30. So there you go. There's another reason. Bottom of the 8th, 5-2, Oriole lead. Good teams beat bad teams, right? But answer my question, do we have a harder time typically when we play the Athletics or the Angels than we do with the Astros and the Rangers? I mean, it feels like it's much easier for us to get dubs on good teams rather than playing down to the competition as Allen grounds out to second, and that's out number 3. But again, you have to be able to look past the obvious. Just because our record is better doesn't mean we're going to win. Yeah, Angels just got swept by the Dodgers. I mean, like I said, records go out the window, go to the top of the ninth. At least we didn't give up anything more. And now we have to pray that we can get something here. And obviously the chance of coming back is very, very, very slim. But at least we got two, to give us a little bit of momentum going into New York tomorrow. But again, you have to look past the obvious and dig a little bit deeper with the stats and the analytics, based on how this team plays. And it's not just a Mariner problem. This is a problem for every team in baseball except for the Brewers. They got the best record, but also they have the best record on the road. And again, it's kind of surprising that they're the only team that can win on the road with, a good record. Everyone else struggles, and they just have more wins at home to kind of make up the difference. But again, you have to dig deep to be able to find the reasons why. All right, Ennis is coming in. Next up is Dominic Canzone. We could really use a Dom bomb. Batting second, catcher Mitch Garver. And obviously Cal Raleigh has a day off, obviously due to this weather, and we want him fresh for that New York series. And then batting third will be shortstop J.P. Crawford. But at least we didn't end up getting shut out, so. Ben is a good defender, but he can't really hit. And even though Gino is on a slump right now, doesn't mean that he'll be on a slump forever. He's a very streaky player. It wouldn't shock me one bit if Gino, ends up getting hot at some point in September and October. So it's hard to hit homers at T-Mobile. But again, on the road, he just hasn't been able to, find a rhythm. And again, a lot of the home runs that he had were in Arizona, in that ballpark, which is very hitter-friendly. T-Mobile is not. T-Mobile is the hardest park in 30 parks to hit a home run in. So, shit happens, but again, having Gino for the vibes is going to do us better than having Ben still at third base. So even though Gino hasn't produced enough yet, I believe that he will. Exactly. Everyone's getting too greedy, wanting Cal Raleigh to get fucking home runs every single day. And when they don't get a home run for their parlay, everyone bitches and whines. It's like baseball's a lot harder than, people understand. You just can't hit home runs every day, and get these big plays every day. People go through the ups and downs. There's peaks and valleys in baseball. First pitch, low and at the knees from ends to Canzone, 1-0 count. 1-0 pitch, takes a strike looking high and away. 1 ball and 1 strike to Dominic Canzone. 1-1 pitch, low and away. Takes a strike looking in the corner. Nice pitch there. 1 ball and 2 strikes with nobody on and no outs. 5-2 Oriole lead. One-two pitch, high and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes from ends to Canzone. Yeah, Arizona also had Randy Johnson and Kurt Schilling, so 2-2 pitch, and Canzone with a beautiful single to right. Nice job, Dom. Dom giving us a little bit of life here in the 9th. All right, let's see if we can get Garver to possibly take a walk or something. I don't expect him to hit a home run, but if we can get a single, or maybe he gets plunked or he gets walked, and then we can have runners at first and second, and maybe we get a little magic for JP and Cole Young, and then Randy Arozarena if we can get there. Come on, Garv. First pitch, takes the ball high and away, 1-0 count. Best case scenario here would be probably for Garver to walk. I would say home run, but, Garv is not really that type of guy, but again, you never know. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. 12 more likes to get to 150. Let's get there, baby. And we're at 10 on the dono train, 90 to go. And we've gained 14 subs on the stream so far. Can we get 1 more to get to 15? 34 to go, do 21,500. 1-0 pitch, takes a strike looking high and away. 1 ball and 1 strike with runner at first and no outs. 5-2 Oriole lead. We need a meltdown. 1-1 pitch, fouled off. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Mitch Garver. No, Tomoyuki has been out for a long, long time. Pitched until we had the rain delay, and then they pulled him. Top of the 9th, 5-2 Oriole lead. Runner at first, Dominic Canzone with no outs. 1-2 pitch, high and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Mitch Garver. Come on, Mitch. 2-2 pitch, fouled off, high and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Mitch Garver. Come on, Mitch, grind this out. I mean, they showed Cal in the dugout there. It looked like he was starting to kind of get ready to come into the game, but, they need to give him a day off. And it's not like Cal has really been hot lately. And obviously, if Cal were to get a home run, it would probably be from the left side rather than the right side. And Garver with a single up the middle. Here we go. Canzone safe at second. We are in it, baby. Runners at first and second and no outs with J.P. Crawford. Could we get magic from J.P. and Cole Young here? Let's go. Let's go. Come on now. And obviously being down 5-0, you don't have a whole lot of hope. But when you got that 2-run blast out of Julio right after that rain delay ended, that gave us a little bit of hope that maybe we could come back. And now we're sitting with a 3-run deficit, but runners at first and second and no outs. If JP can hit a homer here, obviously it would be 5-5 or even an RBI single, RBI double to at least get us to 5-3 or 5-4. Let's go. Yeah, Randy will have another chance in that bat since we have no outs. We got JP, we got Cole Young, and then Randy Arozarena. Meltdown. Let's go. Come on, baby. Yeah, no DP. No DP.
Oh my gosh.
First pitch, high and away, 1-0 count. I mean, I wouldn't mind if they ended up just walking batter after batter after batter and we got a freebie one until the big one happened. But again, I would love to see if JP could come up with some magic here. Come on, JP. 1-0 pitch, low and away. 2 balls and no strikes to JP Crawford. And again, it feels like this lefty has got no control. It's almost like a Vargas, but a lefty. And if that can continue to happen, we might be able to get a couple runs based on just walks. Unless we end up getting that perfect pitch. And again, if we were to have been more patient in this game, it could have been a little bit closer. Top of the 9th, runners at first and second with no outs, 5-2 Oriole lead after being down 5-0 and a 2-hour rain delay. Got a 2-run blast by Julio Rodriguez right away to give us some faith in the 6th. And again, 2-0 pitch, JP, and unfortunately flies out to right, and that is 1 away. Next up, they're going to have Cal Raleigh pinch hit for Cole Young. Wow, okay. Okay, here we go. Big dumper. I mean, you could have had him hit for Garv, but Garv got on base, so I guess it didn't matter. And let's see if Big Dumper can make something crazy happen. He hits a home run here and gets to number 46. He'll pass Johnny Bench, who he's tied with at 45. The record is 48 by Salvador Perez. And again, he hasn't really been in a very good rhythm since the All-Star break. He's hit homers, here and there, but hasn't really been in the same type of groove. And when you got a lefty on the mound, obviously it would probably be better if we had a righty on the mound, so that way he could bat lefty, which is going to be a little bit better. With the 45 home runs, roughly almost 30 of them have been from the left side, and then the other 15, 16, 17 have been from the right. But again, he's been pressing a little bit and getting out in the first couple pitches, like Julio in the beginning of the year. So if Cal can just be patient and get it to like the 4th or 5th pitch, we might be able to get that magic pitch where he goes yard, maybe, or gets a big RBI. But again, if he swings at the first pitch, I don't know if you're going to get a home run right off, that first pitch. I highly doubt it because I don't think they're going to pitch him right down the middle. First pitch from ends to Big Dumper, high and away, good eye, 1-0 count. Come on, Cal. And again, if Cal does hit a home run here, we will have the momentum more than likely, moving forward at that point. If it's 5-5 with only 1 out, But still, if we have a meltdown like we did with Brash yesterday, it doesn't even matter. 1-0 pitch, high and away. Good eye by Cal again. 2 balls and no strikes to Big Dumper, Cal Raleigh. Here we go. 2-0 pitch, fouled off, low and at the knees. 2 balls and 1 strike to Big Dumper, Cal Raleigh. And we'll take a single. We'll take a double. But we're really looking for that big home run number 46, and a big 3-run blast late would be huge. Trident's up. Let's go, Cal. We need the big dumper to be a big thumper. 2-1 pitch, high and away, good eye. Ends can't hit the strike zone. 3 balls and 1 strike with runners at first and second and 1 out. And honestly, the way that he's pitching, I know it's crazy, but if we just didn't swing for like the next 2 or 3 batters, we could end up bringing runs in. I don't think he can pitch 3 strikes in a row on any batter at this point. But again, what are the chances of the Mariners just sitting there and not swinging? 3-1 pitch, and there's a walk. You know, sometimes you can just tell when guys got it and guys don't. And obviously, we're very familiar with guys not having it because we watch Carlos Vargas and a bunch of these shitty guys in the pen. Even our good players have been shitty lately with Brash and Bazardo and Gabe Spire and Mooney. So you can always tell if someone's going to be on or not. And now we got bases loaded with 1 out. And they're going to have Dylan Moore run for Cal Raleigh. I don't even know if I want that. Next up is Randy Arozarena. And Randy did not homer against his former team, the Tampa Bay Rays, but he has a very good opportunity here to get a RBI single, RBI double, or a grand salami to possibly help us win this game with this epic comeback. Again, we're 0 for 4 during rain matchups, but if we find a way here, we could actually get our first dub with Logan Evans on the road, as well as our first dub in a rain delay, which we haven't figured out yet, but we're in striking distance now. First pitch from Enz to Arozarena. And if he wouldn't have swung at that, that would have been a ball. Don't fucking swing, Randy. Golly. 0-1 pitch. There we go. Same location. Now he doesn't swing. 1 ball and 1 strike to Randy Arozarena. Now, if he would have just taken that first pitch, we would have a 2-0 count. And it would have been a walk. And we would have brought in that runner from third to home, and it would be 5-3. Be fucking patient. You don't got to be a goddamn hero. You don't need to shoot for the moonshot every single swing. Relax. Okay? This pitcher cannot hit the strike zone 3 times in a row. Don't do some bullshit swing and give him that extra strike to help him get back into the count. You don't want to give the pitcher any advantage, especially when he can't hit the strike zone. Randy up the middle. Fucking A! Double play. And it's safe at first. Holy moly. We will get a runner to score. 5-3 now. Orioles. Canzone scored. Now we're down by 2. And Holiday, and they went for the double play. Good slide by Dylan Moore. Nothing dirty about that. And just that anticipation of having to dodge Dylan Moore instead of Cal Raleigh might have saved us there. Now we're in the top of the 9th with 2 outs, down by 2 with runners on the corners. Interesting now. But I love the fight in this team. We could have easily just said, fuck it, and lost 5-0. Julio got a 2-run blast, and obviously we're trying, to find a way. But again, we have to make sure we're not giving the pitcher any extra advantage. What are they trying to review if he was safe at first? He is safe at first. And now we got our best guy, Josh Naylor, in the box. Could Naylor hit a 3-run bomb right here and give us a 6-5 lead? Possible. RBI double would make it 5-5. First pitch in play. And Naylor grounds out, and that is the game. Fuck, man. Why did Naylor have to swing at that first pitch? And again, that's the reason we lost today. We had way too many first pitch outs, and again, Naylor is one of those guys that typically comes through, but again, if you're going to be that antsy, you're not going to win. And again, I'm proud of this team for battling back and getting to 3 after it could have been, 5-0, but we definitely dropped the ball with too many one-pitch outs. Congratulations to the Orioles winning the series. And again, the Mariners now are 0 for 5 during rain delays, and we haven't won a game with Logan Evans on the road all year. So we had those 2 things kind of going against us. But even with that being said, at least we ended up fighting back slightly. So love you guys, and I appreciate you guys very, very much all day. Thank you for your patience and grinding it out. And again, not the outcome that we wanted, but again, we haven't won a game in a rain delay all year, and we still haven't. We haven't won a game on the road with Logan Evans. We still haven't. And again, hopefully before the year is over, if we have another goddamn rain delay and Logan Evans ends up still being on the team, we probably will be Bryce Miller very shortly. We might not have to worry about Logan Evans winning on the road because we'll have Bryce Miller. And, hopefully we can find a way, somehow, some way to win on the road with a rain delay, because obviously we are smart and we have a roof that's retractable. A lot of these other locations are not that smart and do not. So final score for the matchup here this afternoon after a 5-hour stream and a 2-hour run delay: Baltimore Orioles 5, Seattle Mariners 3. And then let's just take a quick peek for tomorrow. Luis Castillo on the mound, and we're going to the Mets, which is going to be just as equally as hard, if not harder. And they've had rain in New York for Mets and Yankees recently, so that's not ideal. Hopefully there's no rain in the forecast, but we play tomorrow at 4:10 Pacific on MLB Network on a global broadcast, which is awesome. And we got Luis Castillo 8-6 versus Sean Manaea, who is 1-1 with a 4.33 ERA. So Mets are 64-56. We're 67-54. So should be a good battle there. Then on Saturday, we play at 1:10 Pacific, and we got Brian Wu versus McLean, who's making his first start. So we should be able to win that one, you would assume, as long as Wu is good. And then on Sunday, we end up playing in the Little League Classic for the first time of the year on ESPN, Mariners and Mets, the last game on Sunday night, which will be interesting when you end up having the Little League aspect to it. George Kirby versus Holmes, 8-5 versus 9-6. So, we're going to be shooting for 2 out of 3, against the Mets. But realistically, if there's rain or something of that nature, we could maybe win 1 out of 3, but we got to cross our fingers, hope for 2 out of 3. So we'll see where it goes. But I appreciate all you guys. I love you and appreciate you. And again, hope that you guys have a good rest of your day. I'm not going to let this bring me down. And again, I feel confident that we'll be able to turn shit around. But again, you got to be a little bit more patient. Way too many first pitch outs. And rain delays are not a good thing for the Seattle Mariners. Love you guys, and I appreciate you guys very, very much all day. You're the man. And shout out to Reflecting All Day on the Dono Train. Shout out to all the new subs that we acquired as well. Final score: Baltimore Orioles 5, Seattle Mariners 3. And I got one question for you. Well, talk sports like us. Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. Try to hit up, and I'm out. Go M's.